Thank you so much for tuning into No Soundbites Allowed today. I'm the political dragon, Michael Voss, and I hope you've enjoyed this conversation as much as I did. Remember, on this podcast, we don't settle for sound bites. We dive deeper, challenge assumptions, and have the conversations that matter. If you liked today's show, don't forget to subscribe, share, and leave us your comments. Your support helps us reach more people and continue to bring you the hard-hitting discussions you won't hear anywhere else. Follow me on the major social media platforms like X, Twitter, YouTube, Rumble, and more to stay updated on upcoming episodes and join the conversation live on our next live stream. We love hearing from you and we value every perspective. We stream live, responding to your chats and calls starting at 2:30 p.m. every Sunday. Until next time, this is Michael Voss, and you've been listening to No Soundbites Allowed. Stay informed, stay engaged, and as always, don't settle for the sound bites. All right, folks, we're starting up in a couple of seconds here. Hello, everybody. Give me just a few moments here, just making sure that everything is up on all channels so we can start the show properly. And I'm just double checking what's going on with our friends over on Rumble. Make sure that we can hear all of their voices, everyone's voices, at all times. So please bear with me as I make sure that we are there. There we go. And we should be up on Rumble now. We should be up on YouTube, on Facebook. I think we're still on LinkedIn. I'm not 100% on that. If we're not, please let me know, and I'll try and fix that for everybody. But we want to always make sure that even though we are a one-man team, that we are hearing everyone's voices as much as we can. So I am trying to make sure that that happens for everyone. I think we are up on all channels, so let me start off with hello, and thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I am your host, Michael Voss, the political dragon here in our offices in the Bronx, New York. It is March 16th. At 2:33 p.m. And we thank you for being part of our audience to join us in an expression of the First Amendment. Now, if you're new to the channel, we do long-form political commentary, and we do that because we believe in the First Amendment. We believe in free speech, even if your government dislikes that or prevents it. Even if the internet overlords want to combat that, we support the First Amendment on this channel, reaching out across the globe to talk about the issues that matter to you. And as a consequence, we often suffer through the suppression that many of the governments and various internet overlords will place on us for daring to speak with you honestly and openly about the issues that are affecting you. So we do thank you for your support in our endeavor to do this. That being said, we're going to be talking about a lot of things today. Now, normally the format on the program is we talk about any breaking news that may be happening. We then go into the international. We take a short break so you can go to the bathroom, get some food, walk your dog like I do, and then come back and we talk about domestic. It'll be a little bit different in today's program because we're going to be talking about the First Amendment, how that is being affected around the world, how the Trump administration is affecting free speech, and some of the other issues that are interacting with that, such as illegal immigration, and how does that factor in about visas and who we let into America, how these individuals affect our society, our cohesion as a nation, and how that is affecting other nations as well. Plus, we'll be talking about, of course, there is some breaking news somewhat in what's happening with the Red Sea. The Houthi terrorists, not rebels, they're terrorists. They are internationally recognized as terrorists. The Iran-backed Houthi terrorists have been, the ongoing war in the Red Sea, something that started under the Biden administration in January of 2024, has continued to this day. And what is Donald Trump doing about that? He's always had to do something to react to it. What is he doing, and how is that going to affect the economy in the United States and around the world, food and starvation around the world? We're going to go into all of that. So, and please do let me know if my volume is okay. Do let me know that you can see the program okay. We do rely and appreciate all of your comments. Hey, Hot Chicks is the first one to make a comment today. We thank you for that, Hot Chicks. Thank you to let us know that you're there. Also, I should mention that on April 6, 2025, this year, that is my birthday. And this year, on my birthday, as with all of my birthdays, I like to do a live stream. 12 hours of speaking to you, the public, on every issue, any question you have on politics in the last 40 to 50 years. I'm happy to address any topic that affects people both in the United States and around the world. I'm happy to address that on my birthday. And we will have some guests that will be coming onto the program. Some of them from the Patreon, my Patreon supporters. Some of them will be guests that we've invited onto the program. So should be a nice lineup, and it'll be full 12 hours. And we'll be donating towards a charity, which we'll be announcing in the coming weeks. So just want everyone to know about that. With all of that said, I think the best way to start off is with some of the news that is breaking right now. And this is important to the economy. It's important to the other issues. And again, we're going to get to what's happening with free speech in America, what's happening with visas and immigration in America and around the world. But I want to start off with something I thought is kind of important. And that is that many people may have forgotten, we have not on this channel, that France and their president, Emmanuel Macron, do not like America. That's not because of Trump. That's not because of MAGA. It's because they don't agree with American capitalism. They never have. And Emmanuel Macron believes in socialism. He believes in China and the CCP. He is a fan, much like Justin Trudeau was. And he has been trying to get Europe aligned with and supporting the CCP, the Chinese Communist Party, and the policies of China over the United States. Now, this in particular is from Politico. And all the links that we will provide, everything we're going to be talking about, will be in the description about an hour after the live stream ends. But most people may have forgotten that it was in April of 2023 that Emmanuel Macron, under the Biden administration, said that Europe has to become separate of the United States, that they have to divest from the United States economically and politically, although he still wanted our military aid. He still wanted America to protect Europe and pay for the defense of Europe, even though Europe wasn't paying for it itself. So he wanted everything. He wanted to get his cake and eat it as well. America will defend Europe. America will pay for all the defense needs of Europe. But Europe will not trade with the United States. They'll trade with China instead. They will be aligned with the political ideology and benefits of China, not the United States, which is pretty odd for someone. Europe has been an ally for the United States. The United States has bailed out Europe twice in recent history, World War I, World War II. And we went into Vietnam to bail out the French. Not Europe, the French themselves in Vietnam. That's how America got into that conflict, bailing out the French who had lost to the Viet Cong. So it's very interesting. And again, this is an article from April 9th of 2023. Most people have forgotten about that. Emmanuel Macron wants you to forget because he's now coming off, and he's been saying recently that he wants to have troops on the ground in the Ukraine, and he wants them to be American troops. He wants America to guarantee to pay for and to continue a forever war in the Ukraine. This is what Emmanuel Macron has been asking for. This is what he has been pushing for. But all the same time, Macron is telling, again, Europe, don't buy American. Now he's blaming it on Trump. Now he's blaming it on tariffs. But this isn't a new position for Europe. This isn't a new position for Emmanuel Macron. His goal is to become buddy-buddy with China. It always has been. It was true under the Biden administration. It's true under the Trump administration. And this has nothing to do with tariffs. Although in America, the mainstream news media here, which is very much TDS, very much against the Trump administration, against MAGA and an America First policy, they are emphasizing that Europe, and in particular France, are trying to divest from America, as if it were because of tariffs. This is a lie. This is not the truth. And I'm showing you from Politico themselves. This has been an ongoing effort, and it has been a long-term effort. It has nothing to do with Trump or MAGA. It has nothing to do with the tariffs. In fact, the tariffs are a reaction to this long-term pressure by France, by Emmanuel Macron, to harm the United States economically. They can't do it physically, but they're doing it economically. Meanwhile, France, hypocritically, is also demanding that the United States take care of protecting France, protecting Europe and its interests, political and otherwise. They're asking for us to take care of everything, pay for everything, and then don't give us anything for it. No economic aid. So this is coming out, I believe this was today's news, March 16th, earlier today. Macron is speaking to the EU and his colleagues. That will be Germany, that will be Italy, the big members of the EU. And he's saying, stop buying American, buy European. Instead of buying American weapons and defense, well, buy European, except the European weapons and goods aren't good enough. Remember, it was Germany that provided the Leopard 2 tanks that were taken out in 20 minutes in the first battle they got into in the Ukraine. 20 minutes for 20 tanks. And they're saying, no, you have to get rid of American missile defense. You have to get rid of American F-35s and buy the French version instead. He's trying to prop up his country on the back of the United States, and he's blaming it on the United States. Why France doesn't want to defend itself? Because they're too busy trying to prop up all of the free stuff, the socialism that they have in France, and the fact that they want someone else's money to pay for their socialist ideology. I think that's wrong. And again, you're going to hear in the news media, I'm going to get to the comments in 1 second, you're going to hear this in the news media that it's all because of the tariffs. No, this has been a long-term, continuous plan by France, trying to convince Italy, Germany, the United Kingdom, all of our allies, Sweden, Poland, trying to convince them all, you want to be friends with and you want to support China and the Communist Party rather than America, capitalism, and freedom. And of the two, if you're comparing capitalism versus communism, which one has kept Europe free? Which one has allowed Europe to maintain the false image that they are still as great a power in the world as back in the 1800s? Well, that would be capitalism. That would be America. The only reason that France has the illusion that they are a significant world power right now is because of America. Again, France has lost every major battle, every major war that they have engaged in since Napoleon. That's a fact. The French may not like that, but it's the truth. No one's terrified of the French military. No one is being protected by the French military. And France has a lot of its own issues, especially with their open borders and their discrimination. Just ask any of the Moroccans that live in France how France treats people of different nationalities, different ethnicities, and you'll get an answer that I think some of the educated in America would be very surprised by. Let me step back now for some of the comments that we have coming in. Hot Chick says, I need a 20-minute mile at 15 degrees incline. Not sure what that's supposed to be referencing. So I'm not quite catching that. Dow says, oh, is that for my birthday? You're saying you want me to do a 20-minute mile at a 15-degree incline? No. I can't do that. I'm a little old for that. Dow says that Macron wants to pressure the U.S. to break itself to please the Chinese Communist Party. And and essentially, yes, he wants America to be economically broken so that it makes sense to go over to China. And he wants to be positioned as the European leader that is in charge of that coalition. This is all about building up France and destroying everyone else. It's trying to regain the 17th century greatness of France that doesn't really exist. And it's very upsetting. But no one wants to call that out. No one wants to say anything about that because, well, Trump. And I'm being fair and honest here. That's the truth. It's because, well, Trump is a bad guy, isn't he? And everyone else must be a good guy, except are you looking at what they've actually been doing? Are you looking at what the consequences of their actions have been? And this is part of the reason why France is doing so poorly economically, why they've been in a recession along with the EU, and adopting and supporting the weak and terrible economic policies of the Biden administration, rejecting the policies of the Trump administration, and yet having demands. It's not been working well for them. So thank you for that comment, Dow, and thank you, Hot Chicks. And by the way, folks, if you're wondering, as you can see, Dow is on Rumble, leaving comments there, and Hot Chicks is on YouTube, but Facebook and all the other social media are more than happy to leave comments as well. I look forward to seeing your chat, your super chats, your Rumble rants. Every dollar helps us to continue this program, and so we thank you for all the support each and every one of you provide. So we do look forward to that. I have Nancy. Nancy's on Facebook, and Nancy says, Hi, Michael. I'm loving that our President Trump is waking up our world. Of course, everyone who can't see beyond his reasoning is whining and afraid, even the stock market. Take a chill pill, people, and settle down. Buckle up and enjoy the ride. We will be fine. Yes, I did catch the stock market typo. That's fine. Thank you, Nancy, for that. And I agree. And I've said this on many platforms recently. Trump is laying a groundwork for the future. It's not about the short-term game. And we have been so convinced by news media and politicians that they're, quote, doing something, and that they're doing something right now is good enough. It's a short-term, get me to the next election kind of mentality. And we saw that very much in the Biden-Harris administration. Every policy they had, every announcement that they made, and there weren't that many, was about getting to the next election, to win that next election, to maintain their hold on power, not about the actual results of what they were doing and the consequences. They never spoke about that. They always put that off into the future, kicked the can down the road, and didn't worry about it. That's why we had a $6.8 trillion national debt government spending. $6.8 trillion, which is an increase. Why? Because their spend money, they believed in MMT, monetary, monetary MMT. It's endless. I used to know, I can't think of the term right now. It's monetary management theory, I believe. And what that means to you and I is that the government can just keep printing money forever. They can have a debt as big as it can possibly be. They don't care if it's $200 trillion. They will spend and spend and spend without any consequence, they believe. And this is being promoted by AOC, Andrew Yang. Many of the progressives out there say you can just keep printing money forever, and it doesn't matter. Because no matter how much money you spend, no one will ever call in any of the debt, any of the loans, and it will never have any negative impact on the public. Of course, they ignore inflation when they say that. They ignore that the more money you print, the less your money is worth. And unless you're already incredibly wealthy, it's going to hurt you. Middle class, even some of the lower rich, and especially the poor, you're going to be devastated. So, modern, that's it. It's modern monetary theory. Thank you, MMT. So, these are horrible ideas that are being pushed into our society right now. And people aren't thinking that Trump is trying to deal with this long term, to make a long lasting permanent fix, which means shrinking the size of government. It means getting out a lot of the waste, to identify the many, many areas of waste that are happening in our government, to identify the corruption in our government, to isolate that, to whittle that down so that we can fix things as we go forward. And that's why we have the most transparent presidency in pretty much my lifetime. In 57 years, we're seeing the most transparency that we've ever seen before. And Democrats don't know what to do about it. Even the opponents of the Trump administration have to admit we have more transparency today than under Biden, Obama, Clinton, Bush, any of the Bushes, hell, even the Reagan administration. We have not seen this kind of transparency in government for decades at the least, quite honestly. Let's see. Dow says, building up French political capital that hasn't existed since Napoleon. That's true. And Mike has Benese correct me. Yes, it's modern monetary theory. You know, sometimes I forget. There's so many terms and so many things I try to remember. I don't always remember them all instantly. But thank you for that, Mike. I appreciate reminding me. But that's why I also want you to know the theory. What does it mean? How does it affect you? It's inflation. We just keep printing money, and the money you have is worth less and less and less. And that's why things are one of the reasons why things are so expensive. And in fact, it's one of the leading reasons, of why things have become so expensive today. Because we have a $36 trillion debt. Because our government, especially under the more liberal presidents, have been printing money forever without regard. We spent $500 million in 2024 on programs that don't exist anymore. We've already seen over $181 billion in waste that have been identified and are in the process of being removed by DOGE right now, the Department of Government Efficiency. 181, actually it's more than that at the moment, but at least $181 billion. That's money that literally is money out of your pocket, that made eggs and food and travel and entertainment more expensive for you and me. So these are important things to point out. And that's why France is happy. They want America to fail economically. So that will drive them and make it more likely that Europe will go to China. And since France has already established a relationship with the Chinese Communist Party, France looks to be the winner in the region. They will have the advantage over all of Europe because they're the ones who have been shouting the longest in favor of China. It's political games. These are political games that are being played with your economy, with our lives. It's really sad. But no one wants to call that out. Mike Bowie. Hey, Mike. I haven't heard from you in a while. Mike Bowie joins us and he says, I believe Trump is transparent because he has nothing to hide. And he also has nothing to lose. He's not going to run for president again. He can't. He's term limit locked. So it's all or nothing for him now. If he's going to make change, he has to do so within the first 2 years, realistically. And as much as the news media wants to say, oh, well, Republicans are losing because they're going to lose the midterms because everyone's going to reject MAGA. And no, that's not the reason why. Historically, consistently, any president that gets in that wins with a strong, well, I won't call it landslide, but a strong The president wins, they get one or both houses of Congress. Normally, in the midterm elections, the reverse happens. They lose some of that power, they lose some of that momentum. So, realistically, for the Trump administration, if they are going to set the groundwork to improve the economy and safety of the United States going forward, they have to do so within the first 2 years when they have the maximum momentum and leverage, because midterms will most likely take away some of the advantage from Republicans, possibly flipping one of the houses of Congress, and therefore the Trump administration will be slowed down. That's why he's doing so much in the first roughly 55 days so far. It's to get as much done before the politicking and the bureaucracy and the red tape stop that momentum and prevent anything else from being done. That's the reality. That's the realistic answer that we all have to look at. That's why it's been going so fast and why so many things are affected. And hopefully we'll see the Department of Education completely defunded. That's what I can hope for. Now, I wanted to point out France because, again, no one's talking about this is a long-term issue. But I also wanted to point out...
Hello, and thank you for joining us. This is...
Hit the wrong button. Where is it? Is it that one? Nope. There it is. All right. That's not right. Hang on. I screwed up my screens here. Bear with me. I screwed up my screens. Should be... There it is. All right, there it is. Got my screens all mixed up. Move my buttons. All right. So one of the other things I wanted to talk about, and we're going to hear more about this, and it's just coming out today, that on Friday, the Trump administration authorized and went into Iraq and struck and killed ISIS. Now, many people say Islamic State or IS. This is ISIS. You may remember we were fighting against them alongside Al-Qaeda, alongside the Taliban previously. So ISIS, which continues to be a threat, reduced but diminished, mostly removed in 2017, they have resurged, and they resurged under the Biden-Harris administration, especially with the embarrassing loss in Afghanistan to the Taliban. Many of the ISIS members went to Afghanistan to resurrect themselves, to rebuild their terrorist organization, because that was a safe haven for them and many other terrorist organizations, because the United States was no longer there, because Biden gave them weapons and money and allowed the Taliban, a terrorist organization that hates women, to take over. And the United States has had to sporadically continue to deal with ISIS as it's trying to rebuild its caliphate, as they called it, their political power and their military power. They've been trying to take over small places and push the United States out, if at all possible. Now, I know a lot of people are upset that we're still in Iraq. We're still in the Middle East. The fact is, we've been injected in there long before the Trump administration, long before the Biden administration. This is Obama. This is Obama-era politics that have embedded the United States deeply into the Middle East, whether it's our support of or our actions in Syria, which has now again become a civil war, a horrific location. I mean, we've had thousands, roughly I saw estimates of about 7,000 Syrian nationals that were being killed because of politics, because of Middle East politics and religious fervor. Again, and this, we were told this is only because of Assad. This was only because of the old regime that the United States did not support under the under the Obama administration. And once we get rid of him, it will be fine. Everything will be rainbows and unicorns, and it'll be fantastic. Well, they got rid of Assad, and it's not rainbows and unicorns. It's the same religious bloodshed all over again. ISIS is in this turmoil, as Syria is going back into a civil war, as we see that ISIS is moving out of Afghanistan and trying to expand its reach and power again. They're in Iraq, and they've been attacking U.S. Forces in Iraq. And so, under the Trump administration, we took out one of the leaders of ISIS, one of the what is believed to be one of the most dangerous terrorists in Iraq and one of the most dangerous terrorists in the world. You probably haven't heard a lot about that. Most people forgot and they stopped talking about Iraq. They stopped talking about what's happening as a consequence of the Biden-Harris policies or failures in foreign policy. The mainstream media didn't like to talk about that in 2024 because it might affect your vote. And so they largely ignored that the Biden administration abandoned 5,000 Americans in Afghanistan knowingly, that they knowingly abandoned 16,000 Americans in the Sudan, that they knowingly allowed the Taliban to rise up in power, and that empowered ISIS and Al Qaeda and other terrorist organizations throughout the Middle East, many of them going into Africa, which led to the Sudan going back into a civil war, Burkina Faso going into a civil war. Many of the conflicts were because of Biden era politics and lack of foreign policy. We are seeing that the Trump administration, in this weekend alone, has made a strong push to hold down international terror. That makes the world safer, not just America. It makes the world safer. It reintroduces stability because America will not allow these terrorists to proliferate and grow to the point where the entire world is now involved in the Middle East with wars in multiple countries, many of them religious wars, where we have to take in tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of refugees, and or that we would put troops on the ground. Nip it in the bud. And that's what this is. What happened in Iraq is nipping ISIS in the bud, preventing them from again becoming the multinational powerhouse that then requires even more American blood, that requires even more money and more political intrigue that we don't need in America. Now, if you disagree with me, with anything that I've said so far, I'm always happy to hear your voice. That's what the chat is for. And we look forward to hearing your feedback because this is a conversation we're having with you. We're celebrating the First Amendment. I'm giving you the analysis and the information that I have gathered over 20 years of doing political commentary and speaking with politicians at every level of government, from the local to the federal, and all parties, speaking to people in every political ideology in America. And this is where I come with my conclusions. You may disagree. I'm happy to hear why. Tell me why you think I may be wrong if you think I am wrong. I'm happy to hear that. Often we don't hear any voices, but I'm always open to it. So I did want to address that a little bit. The deportations, I'm going to get to that in just 1 second. Give me a second. I want to make sure. Where did I leave off? And one of the big things we're going to be talking about are some of the deportations that have been happening. People are forgetting. Everyone's so focused on what's happening with free speech. The mainstream news media has been absolutely focused on trying to say that Donald Trump doesn't believe in the First Amendment, in free speech, that he lied to you. And they're constantly trying to tell us that Donald Trump lied to you about the policies in his administration. And yet, that's not what we are seeing in the reality, in the transparency that we have been receiving, and in the actions that we are seeing, both on the international level and on the domestic level. That's not the case. The Trump administration, according to the AP, deports hundreds of migrants despite judges' order to stop a removal. Now, this is some breaking news. You may not have heard about this, just like you may not have heard about what happened in Iraq, because the mainstream news media is downplaying that. That is showing the American government being effective at reducing the amount of terrorism in the world. And so they don't like to talk about that. That's not one of the leading stories. It should be. It is absolutely critical, and it is a benefit to the world. The less ISIS terrorists there are, the more stable the world is. You should be hearing about this. The news media doesn't want to give credit to President Trump, to MAGA, to America for making the world more stable, more peaceful, and they'd rather you not know or talk about that. And so instead, they're focusing on the other breaking news, more domestic, that President Trump deported several hundred illegal aliens. They're not migrants. They love to use this term, migrant or undocumented worker or immigrant. They're none of these things. They are criminals. Donald Trump deported criminals. That is a fact. Whether you like that fact or not doesn't matter. And whether or not you like the term illegal alien or not, it is the accurate legal definition of these individuals. And President Trump has taken these criminals and he is sending them back to their home countries. Some of them directly and some of them indirectly via what we're seeing in El Salvador as one example, Guantanamo Bay, another example. He is getting them out of the country so that they can go back to their home countries because they should never have been in the United States in the first place. That they broke our laws and therefore they are being punished. Because if you are a nation of laws, those laws must be enforced equally and fairly. And that's very important. And that is what Trump is doing. But the left doesn't like that. They don't want a one-tier justice. They want two or more tiers of justice, dependent on how closely aligned you are to their political ideology. If you support the left, then they want you to stay in this country no matter how disruptive, no matter how damaging economically or to our society, societally. They want you in because that weakens the other side. This is what we often see, and most don't like to point this out. They don't want to be blunt with you and just tell you the truth. They want to couch that in feelings and emotions and manipulation rather than letting you think about this honestly and directly. It is, Dow, I see your comments. I'm going to get to them in just 1 second. I'm going to finish my thought here. President Trump has transferred hundreds of these migrants to El Salvador. Now, there was a judge, an Obama-era judge. That's Chief Judge James E., I believe it's Boasberg. I think that's how it's pronounced. James E. Boasberg, who was put into office and appointed under the Obama administration. So he's an Obama judge. And he ordered, President Trump has been moving these illegal aliens out of the United States, some of them to El Salvador and other countries. And this judge said, well, stop. This may not be legal. Possibly. The reason why you're deporting them may not be the correct reason. The way you are deporting them may not be the proper paperwork. Mind you, he's not saying it's illegal. He's not saying that president can't enforce the law. He's saying that the way that he is doing this, the manner in which they are being deported, that's what he has a problem with. And he would rather keep these illegal aliens, these criminals in America to get their proper paperwork done rather than to deport them. I think that's very important. And that's an analysis, and that is a reality that the mainstream media never wants to tell you. They say, oh, the judge is opposing him. Trump is being unconstitutional. He's breaking the law. He's making up the law himself. No, he's not. These laws exist. He is enforcing the law. They don't like the paperwork and the manner in which he is enforcing the law. Now, that may or may not, we'll see what the judges all come up with, that may be correct or incorrect. But this is a paperwork bureaucracy issue, not a law enforcement issue. And I think most people don't recognize that because the mainstream media doesn't say that. It's not that the president can't deport them. It's not that it's illegal to deport them. It is a matter of the paperwork that is being done, the bureaucracy that is taking place in deporting them, because that is the legal and proper thing to do. So let me jump over to the comments here real quick. And Dow started off with, are you of the opinion that are you of the opinion that line of thinking is what is driving the strikes against the Houthis? Well, what I believe Trump is trying to, yes, I believe the reason why Donald Trump, and I'm going to get into the Houthis a little bit more. I wanted to touch it initially, but it's because of global stability. It's because of food, making sure that people who are starving are able to get food. Many people don't realize that. To improve the American economy and to remove the threat of terrorism internationally. So those are the three main motivations for Trump: economic, saving individuals, food and food scarcity, and bringing stability in the economy and helping that. Because many people don't realize the Red Sea is one of the main transit lines of international trade. Those cargo containers that we see all the time carrying all these containers and containers of goods, they're not only coming to the United States, they're going to Africa, they're going to Southeast Asia, and of course the United States and South America as well. And these are containers filled with oil. These are containers that are filled, or ships, I should say, that are filled with oil and food and various goods that we all buy. And they're traveling through the Red Sea to get in and out of other ports, to get over to Europe, to get into Southeast Asia and around the world. And this is a shortcut, because otherwise many of these ships, and this is what is happening now, is that many of these companies are shipping goods and they have to go around Africa the long way. Well, that adds a couple of months to the travel time. That means that some of the food will not be edible by human beings because of the longer trip. So more people are starving. As we've been talking about in this program since February of 2022, there is an international food crisis. There is 30%, some say 40% less food in the world today than there was in 2019. Part of that is because of the Ukrainian war. Part of that is because of the conflict in the Red Sea. That food has to travel the long way around Africa to reach many of the places that they would normally feed. That means that people are starving because either they can't get food at all, that's the Ukraine, or because they're starving because it's being delayed so long, the food is no longer edible when it's there to be delivered, because they have to travel a long way around Africa. This is why the Red Sea is so important. It's not just about, well, the Houthis are terrorists and defeat the terrorists. It's not because America is trying to build up its international power and just crushing the terrorists in Yemen. No, it's because we are trying to improve the U.S. economy. The shorter amount of time that goods that we buy in America and around the world, the shorter amount of time it takes for it to travel, the less expensive it is, because we don't have to pay for all that gas, that shipping, that insurance. It gets to us faster, so it costs less. The food doesn't spoil and rot as much. So again, good for us. We're able to feed us and others. And it gives stability in the world. This is important. So yes, that's why I think Trump is doing that, to answer you. Dow goes on to say, with the added bonus that the Saudi government would look favorably on the strikes as Yemen, and it sees it as support for the Saudi involvement in facilitating the Ukraine-Russia plan forward. Well, there is the added bonus that, stability in the Middle East, less support for terrorism in the Middle East, does help the Middle East. It helps the Saudis, it helps the UA, EUA, EAU, excuse me, United Arab Emirates, UAE. That's what it should be. It does help them. It helps Yemen. It helps the people. There's less strife, less refugees, less conflict. And yes, that does favorably impact whether or not the Saudis are going to be more amenable to a U.S. led peace deal, a ceasefire at least, with Russia and the Ukraine. Again, this is interrelated. These things aren't separate issues. If the Red Sea is more peaceful, then Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, UAE, most of the Middle East are more peaceful. There's less terrorism, less people dying. That means more trade goods, more economy. That means more people get to be fed. They get to go to a hospital. They get to grow and get education. They get to have things that they need. This is good for them. It's good for their economy. Therefore, they're going to be more preferential to the United States and its efforts to create a ceasefire, put more pressure on Russia to have Russia acknowledge and accept a ceasefire, which then saves people's lives in the Ukraine. The Ukraine gets to have their people not die. There's less war. These things are connected. They're not just one-offs. They're not independent of each other. They are connected. But the mainstream news media doesn't take the time to explain this. And it's not something that you can explain in a minute and a half. This is something that you need to understand the details to understand the outcome, the long-term outcome. In making the Red Sea peaceful, it's not just for America, it's for the world. And that does have a direct impact on the Ukraine and the ceasefire talks and potential peace talks. And it is in opposition of France that is looking for a forever war because they want to support the Chinese government. Because if Trump isn't able to end the Red Sea, the Houthi terrorists, stop them and allow international trade, well, this benefits China because there's a forever war that's going to take up all the money and attention and resources of Europe, and eventually, they would hope, America in a forever war in the Ukraine with Russia. China's going to be the one that everyone's going to be looking to because America can't do it. We'll be distracted. So yes, I do believe it is a part of a long-term concept there. Dow goes on to say, that and the Houthis fired on our ships. Well, yes, they initiated this. That is another factor. Our country historically is very touchy about our ships and our people. Yes, and the Houthis did initially. They were the ones that started firing on the United States and our allies. Japanese shipping, U.S. shipping, Indian shipping, both military ships and private civilian ships. No one attacked. The United States did not attack the Houthis. They attacked us. So we are retaliating. This is a conflict created by terrorists, and we are responding to that. Now, under the Biden administration, he did almost nothing. We did have a lot of sorties, about 200 over the space of an entire year, but we were not actually taking action to kill the Houthi terrorists. We were trying to hold them back. We were trying to keep them occupied. And that resulted in an extension of the war, as opposed to what we have seen from President Trump right now, which is to try to eliminate. We've eliminated 31 members of the leadership of the Houthis. We knew where they were, and we bombed them. Now, sadly, we're also hearing reports that there may be up to 100 casualties in addition to the 31 individuals targeted. Now, those 100 individuals may or may not be civilians. We don't know. It is common practice for terrorists and terrorist governments to count their soldiers as if they were civilians. That's why you can see in the Hamas conflict with Israel right now, if you listen to Hamas, if you listen to the left-leaning news media, when they report and they say, well, there's 40,000 that have died, there are 0 soldiers of Hamas that have died, according to the international reports, according to international reports that rely on what Hamas says is the truth. Hamas says everyone who died is a woman or a child. None of them are their fighters. None of them are members of Hamas. None of them are fighting age men. They're almost all 40,000 they say are either old men, women, or children. None of them are middle-aged, younger men. None of them are members of Hamas. That's a lie. That is a flat-out, absolute lie. It's nowhere near the truth. And anyone who is investigating this at any level, whether you support or not, Trump, MAGA, right, America, doesn't matter. If you do any kind of critical analysis on the numbers, you have to ask the question, what about the fighters? What about that military, those militants, those terrorists? What, none of them have died ever in years upon years of fighting? That's ridiculous. Beyond statistically impossible, it is improbable. No. What is the reality is some of these individuals being called innocent civilians are in fact fighting terrorists. So that's why I question the theoretically 100 individuals that have been claimed by the Houthis as being killed in collateral damage to the attack against the 31 leaders of the Houthi terrorists. I'm not saying there are no civilians. I'm not saying that at all. Bombs are bombs. It is possible there are civilians. I am questioning how many, because they are manipulating the number to make people feel like the United States overreached, that we've done something bad or negative. And so that may help them in their political negotiations and machinations to try and stop Trump from continuing to destroy their capability to commit terror around the world. That's why they do this. It's a game. It is a game against your emotions, manipulating you. Oh, everybody was a woman and a child. There was 31 members of ISIS, of the Houthi terrorists, all standing around, and they all died. And every single human being surrounding them, all of them were women and children. They had no soldiers near them. These are the leaders of the organization being attacked at their bases, at their criminal terrorist bases, and no one, not one soldier, not one terrorist could be found. They were all on vacation. They all had leave, and they were out on town getting drunk or whatever those terrorists do. Not one of them was at the military base, and instead, all the women in the town, in the surrounding area, they all came into the base surrounding those military leaders when the bombs dropped. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense, does it? If you look at it honestly, that makes no sense. So therefore, it's unlikely. It's unrealistic. And I'm pointing that out not to diminish those civilians that may have died. That is important. I think this is, considering the amount of bombing, considering the amount of an attack that the Trump administration has put forth, I think the number is very low, but you can make the argument any civilian death is too many. I think that's unrealistic, but that argument can be made. But we also have to understand that there is manipulation in these numbers. It is meant to be a propaganda trick. And I'm trying to make sure you understand that so you have it in perspective. If they say there's 31 military terrorist commanders that died and everyone else was a civilian, that doesn't make any sense. You should question anyone reporting that information because it's illogical. It doesn't make sense. It's unrealistic. And whether you agree or not is up to you. But logically, it doesn't make sense. So you should question that. And you should say, maybe Trump has been more effective than we're being told he was, because it would be in the best interest of the Houthi terrorists and Iran to make it sound like he was less effective. They can't lie about the 31 leaders. They can't lie about that, but they can make people feel bad about civilian deaths, and that's what they will do. No one likes to talk about this because it's a harsh subject, difficult, but we need to talk about it. But going back to the illegal immigration of members, and this is interesting. So we're being told that these are individuals who are part of the Venezuelan gangs that have been sweeping across America, in particular in Aurora, Colorado, taking over apartment complexes, threatening American citizens, increasing the amount of gang violence across the United States, increasing the amount of drugs in the United States, therefore increasing the amount of people who are overdosing across the United States, increasing the amount of sexual slavery, sex slavery, human trafficking, however you want to define it. That's increasing in America because of these Venezuelan gangs, as well as the Mexican cartels. And so Trump is deporting them, reducing these problems. And judges appointed by Obama, the left, are upset. Why? Because of paperwork. Because the paperwork is wrong. And in this case, this judge, this Obama judge, is saying, well, the Trump administration's in trouble because planes that have already left the United States airspace, that were already en route to El Salvador to remove these dangers to the United States people and our economy and our laws, they were already being shipped out. They were already outside of the United States airspace. They were already en route. And he said, bring back the plane. Well, why? They're already on the way. The plane's already there, if not ready to land, getting ready to land. And just because you said, oh, well, no, you shouldn't deport them. Well, wait a minute. They're already there. They're already being deported, which is legal. That is the right of law enforcement, of the executive branch of the government. That is to enforce the law. This is a legal process. That is allowed. Whether or not they did the proper paperwork, that's a different question. But it is legal. Those planes landed. 300 illegal aliens were removed from the United States. That's 300 illegal alien members of gangs and or illegal aliens, full stop, have been removed from the United States. Now the left is saying, but they're not all members of the Venezuelan gangs. They're not all members of Mexican cartels. I don't care. That's not the important part. Again, I said illegal aliens. Whether or not they're members of gangs, known of the big gangs, there's over 100 different cartels and gangs that are coming into America from overseas. Not all of them from South America or Mexico. Many of them are from Russian gangs or gangs in Africa, around the world. There's over 100. But whether or not every single individual deported was a member of a gang or not is immaterial. It doesn't matter. Were they an illegal alien? Yes. No one is disputing there were 300 illegal aliens. Each and every one of those illegal aliens is a criminal. Point blank. There is no question. Their first act in America is to break the law of America. They came here without documentation or authorization, illegally entering the United States. They are criminals. Those criminals were removed. Whether or not they had the additional audacity to break even more laws here in the United States, some of them violent laws in the United States, that's immaterial to the original initial point. They are a criminal, and their crime was illegal immigration. They were deported, as is in the law. That was lawful to punish them by removing them from the United States. We're sending them back to their home country, which is a bonus that we don't necessarily have to do. We just need to get them out of America. But we're sending them back to their home countries. That is fine. See, they want to make you think it's much worse than it actually is. It's not just that they're hiding information from you. It's the manner in which they're giving you the information, the context that they're trying to put into the information that changes the way that you think about it. Because they want you to think this is bad, when in fact it is legal, lawful, and it is right. Again, if you disagree with me, I'm perfectly happy to hear your voice on this. Let me see. We got some more comments. I love comments, by the way. Whether you agree or disagree with me, as long as it's respectful, I'm always happy to hear other voices. Let's see. So Dow says, Mike says, Mike has bad knees on YouTube says, there are problems with judges appointed by Trump last term as well, to include ones that were appointed to the Supreme Court. I'm not saying that all the judges by the Obama administration are leftist advocates, advocating, they're activists on the bench. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that every judge picked by Donald Trump, whether on the Supreme Court or any other level, were perfect and they're saintly. No. I have problems with Republicans. I have problems with breaking the law on the left and the right. Absolutely. And I'm not saying that judges, if they're picked by a Republican, are better or worse than judges picked by Democrats. I'm not saying that. I am pointing out who put these judges in. And sometimes that is important. Now, this is a judge who was put in place under the Obama administration. And his argument seems to follow in line with leftist ideology. It is an argument that seems to circumvent the core reasoning in this action. Illegal aliens are being deported. That is legal. He doesn't like the way they're being deported. Well, that's an argument that comes from the left. It isn't necessarily the most important thing, because we're not disputing, are they illegal aliens? We accept, and the judge accepts, yes, they are, which means they've broken the law, which means they need to be deported. So the question isn't, do we deport them? It's, how do we deport them? What paperwork is done? That's a leftist argument. And so that's why I'm pointing out that he was from Obama, because his argument is a leftist argument, and it's a leftist activist argument. It is a delay tactic. It's not essential, because the core question is, are they illegal aliens? Yes, they've committed that crime against the United States. It is lawful to deport them. Yes, no one is disputing those essential core points. The question he's arguing is how that was done. I don't care. Well, I can't say I don't care. That isn't the big issue. That isn't the big factor. He's nitpicking on something that you didn't push all the papers through the process. Donald Trump took he cut through the red tape. He took a shortcut. I'm not necessarily upset about that. That's part of shrinking the government. We have way too much paperwork, and too many things fall outside the cracks when we're going through all the red tape and the paperwork, and we forget things. And people get allowed to continue to stay in America and commit more and more crimes because the paperwork takes forever. Because it's meant to take forever. Because it's an inept system. It is a system created mostly by Democrats, although many establishment Republicans have supported it. They created this system that is bloated, takes forever. It is inefficient. It is ineffective. And therefore, we have a continuing problem in America. So you're making a good point, Mike, but that's my reasoning. And it's not just, so I'm upset with Trump era and Republican judges in many cases just as much. Hey, Joanna. She's with us as well. And Joanna says, they are just going to keep coming back once you take them back. They can easily scale the walls and come right back in. Yes and no. I mean, physically, you're correct, Joanne. And we can never eliminate 100% of all illegal aliens entering into America. That's true. That doesn't mean we shouldn't try. And you're right. We can deport them and they can commit yet another act against America and enter America again. They can build tunnels under our walls. They can pull up ladders and climb over the fences. There's no way to guarantee 100% that they will never return to America. But part of having a wall, part of enforcing the law, is to deter people, to deter the majority of these criminal actions. It's kind of like, why do we have laws at all? I mean, crazy people commit murder. Hardened criminals who don't care, commit murder. Whether it's with a knife or a gun or a car or a bomb, we see this on a regular basis. That they will use violence, even deadly violence, to commit a crime. Meanwhile, they know that in some states there is the death penalty, like we saw just in South Carolina this week. That's one consequence. Jail is another consequence for many of these people. We deter them. We try to make it difficult, and we tell them that they will not enjoy. They will be punished for breaking the law, of having civil society. We want to make it difficult. And if we raise the bar of the difficulty to commit that crime, such as to enter the United States, because they have to dig a tunnel or they have to climb, bring a ladder and climb over a fence, if they have to go through these hardships and these difficulties, fewer of them will choose to go through that process. To do it, maybe they do it once. Will they want to do it twice, 3 times, 5 times? Each time is less of them will be incentivized to do it again. And there are many people who won't try in the first place. It's too much of a burden. You have to walk 2,000 miles to dig a tunnel or to climb over a fence, to walk through a desert so that you might be able to be found, that you might be allowed to stay in the United States. That's a lot. That's a big ask. And fewer of them will do so. So you're right. We're never going to get 100%. Some of them will come back, but fewer of them will do so. And that's what the goal is, to reduce this, at least to make it manageable. Not saying that it's like saying we're going to get rid of all crime, whether it's gun crime or any other crime. We're going to get rid of all. We're going to get rid of drugs. We're going to get rid of drug overdoses. No, you're not. Anyone who says that you're going to get rid of it all is lying to you. Human nature is such that we will never get rid of all of it, but we can reduce it. We can make it more difficult to commit these crimes. We can punish people harshly for these crimes to let others know as a deterrent that, do you want to go through this hardship of punishment for the crime that you're committing? Fewer and fewer of them will say yes. We can reduce this number and make it much more manageable. But it'll never be perfect. It'll never be perfect. No president, no organization, there isn't a country on the face of the earth, whether they're a terrorist nation, whether they're an autocratic or dictator nation, no country on the face of the earth has a perfect solution to any of these problems. The best we can do is to reduce the problem and make it manageable. That's the best we can do. And I think we should. I think there's a value in that, in reducing the potential of crime, the potential of illegal aliens, the impact to the economy, drugs, physical harm. It's worth reducing. I truly believe that. Mike Bowie says, speaking of judges, when are we going to see the full Epstein files? So much blackmail has been going on with that. I would love to see the Epstein files. I don't know. Obviously, We saw Pam Bondi, the AG of the United States, Attorney General of the United States, screwed up. She thought she was going to be revealing, as President Trump has authorized, the documents that everyone's been waiting for years to get. She didn't. At the same time, it's not about the files. Ghislaine Maxwell, who is the right-hand woman of Epstein, she's in prison right now. She knows what's on those books. She knows the files. She knows the individuals, or at least many of them. She can reveal that information. Why aren't we pumping her to get that information? Why aren't we using the asset that we have in our prison system, who has been convicted, that we know is a criminal, that was involved in the abuse of young women, young men, children? Why don't we go to her and make her reveal what she knows? Possibly because of the very same corruption that hasn't released or caused to not be released the files as they should be. We found out that the New York FBI director in charge of the Epstein files had truckloads of information that they could have revealed to the main FBI, to the Attorney General, could have handed this over years ago. Instead, he sat on it. He did not provide that information. He withheld this to make it more difficult for transparency to exist, to get justice done. And yet he was hailed as a hero for stopping the Trump administration, for getting that justice, for providing that transparency to the American people. And the Democrats hailed him as a hero. Thought, oh, he's a great guy for withholding it. And mind you, those trucks full of information, some of that's useless information. The reason why he gave it as trucks full of information instead of what he's already reviewed it. The team in New York already cataloged all those documents. They know which ones are essential. They know where the list is. And the list isn't a truck, or we would hope it's not a truck full of information. They know it's a handful of files, maybe a desk full of files. They know where the data is, and rather than giving that over, they hid that. They complicated the entire process. They protected individuals by mixing all of that in with trucks full of information that isn't necessary. And they didn't reveal or provide, here's the list you're looking for. Here's the data in these truckfuls of information. This is actually what you need. Here are the files on the names. Here's that list that we got from the trucks full of information. Rather than providing any of that, this is a delay tactic. This is an embarrassment. They wanted to embarrass Attorney General Bondi and therefore President Trump. They wanted to increase the lack of transparency to dishearten individuals like yourself and me and all of America, to make it seem like it is intractable. It is impossible to get past the paperwork, the bureaucracy, the two-tier justice. They wanted to discourage you, dishearten you. They're emotionally manipulating you. So yes, AG Bondi failed because she thought she had the information, because she believed that she was getting and had received what she should have gotten and what we are waiting for now. The list from New York's FBI that actually showed the results of those truckloads of information. And instead, she got a copy of what we already had. They hid it from her. They embarrassed her because she took a political hit, which makes it more difficult going forward. It makes it less transparent, and it frustrates more of American people. That was all about politics. Had nothing to do with justice. So I understand why you're upset. Mike Bowie goes on to say, I've heard Epstein actually worked for Maxwell. That's why she's still alive and he's not. I don't know. I can't answer that. I haven't heard about that. I haven't seen documents on that. Either way, they were both evil people, horrible people. And they did horrible, horrific things. And I'm not sad that Epstein's dead. And I'm not sad that Ghislaine Maxwell is in prison. And I have no problem with them being tortured for that. I think what they did was absolutely abysmal. So I'm not upset at all. I just want to find out who else is involved. And I want you to understand what is stopping the American people from finding out. It's not that Trump didn't do it. It's not that Pam Bondi is completely inept at her job. She was inept. She had the same failure that Trump had in his first administration. She thought that when the subordinates were given an order and told, this is your job, I'm your boss, do this, that the result would be, okay, I'm supposed to hand you a file. She thought the file she was handed was the information she was supposed to have, not someone saying, let me play a delay tactic, let me play politics, let me help a political agenda rather than do my job. Now, they let this guy resign. I would have fired him. The FBI director of New York. I would have fired him. He shouldn't be able to get a pension because he failed in his job. And he failed because he was pushing a political agenda, because he was helping to hide criminality and to take away transparency that was ordered, that was requested by the president. I would have fired him. They didn't. I don't know why. But let's hope that that isn't a permanent situation. That can turn around, and I hope it does going forward. Let me see. So, I want to... There it is. Come on. All right, so I want to move on. Mind you, folks, I'm always happy to talk with you about all of these issues, all of the questions that you have. As you can see, Mike Bowie, and we've been taking questions from Mike Bowie, Nancy, Joanne, Dal. I'm happy to have this interaction with everyone on all of these issues. I hope you understand my reasoning and my logic and my understanding of these issues. This is what I do. I don't go to movies. I don't watch TV shows. I occasionally play video games, occasionally watch anime, and I absorb and go through the news. I reach out to across the spectrum, on political spectrum, on news, on the issues that are happening, to be able to better answer your questions about these issues. And I hope you can appreciate that. And if you do, like, share, and subscribe. Not because you believe I'm 100% correct or that you think I am the perfect answer to anything, but that I am taking the time and it is giving you information that you may not have had before, and understanding of the issues that you definitely probably didn't have before if you were relying only on the mainstream news media, the approved messages out there. And that's why this channel is suppressed so harshly. And that's why it's so important that your like, your share, and of course your subscription makes all the difference. It allows us to break through the suppression, to reach more people, to help influence and magnify a more effective and efficient government. That's ultimately the goal. So with that being said, let me move on. I wanted to talk about Hamas. I want to talk about the Houthis. I want to talk about the conflicts that President Trump is now dealing with internationally and how it's affecting the rest of the world. We understand what's happening with France. They're trying to diminish the United States, to lift themselves up in the eyes of China. We understand that. We understand that there are last-ditch efforts by organizations like ISIS. They're trying to remain relevant. They were destroyed under the Trump administration in 2017. The Biden administration, because of their inefficiency, their ineffectiveness, their lack of a plan and lack of a focus, allowed ISIS to regain some of its strength, to reorganize. And now they're trying to move forward, hoping that President Trump is too busy with the Ukraine, too busy with Hamas, too busy with the U.S. economy, and more importantly, too busy fending off Democrats that they can then regain more of their power. No one's paying attention to them. They were wrong, as we can see. And so they're being held and contained, which is good for the world, as we've already gone over. And the Red Sea is an ongoing issue, and I've explained why that's important. And again, if I have not been clear to you on why I think that's important, about how it's going to impact famine around the world, how it's going to affect the economy around the world, if I have been clear about how it's going to impact global stability, then let me know, and I will be more than happy to go into more detail on it if there's some aspect that I have not conveyed. But that's not the only thing. There's more. Now, Dow says he's also watching on Rumble to show support for the freedom of speech. Thank you. Yes, all platforms are good. You can watch it on, as we've seen, some people are watching on Facebook, some people are watching on YouTube or Rumble. I appreciate all the platforms. Like, share as many platforms as you can because they all matter. But I wanted to get to a reminder. So let's start off. We saw back in a year ago, Harvard was supporting Hamas. Many people forgot that. Many people don't remember that. But we saw that the reaction from Harvard, from MIT, from the University of Pennsylvania, under the Biden administration, they were more than happy to support terrorism. They were more than happy in front of Congress to support genocide. They would not denounce genocide, which is incredible. Remember, there were safe spaces that these guys, they built up in 2016 at Binghamton University. They were training students against being white, to stop white hate, they called it. Programs to indoctrinate the students to believe that if you're white, you are inherently evil. And if you're black or Hispanic or any other minority, you are inherently a victim. And that you have no agency in your life except if the government provides it for you. It is entirely dehumanizing. The entire leftist agenda is dehumanizing. And this comes from top down. The leaders of the education system, of higher education. We're talking about the colleges. Well, that's Harvard and Yale and Columbia, Binghamton University, UCLA, Cornell. They make the decisions that everyone else has to follow. We saw just a year ago, they were more than happy to support Hamas in their schools. Cooper Union was a great example here in Manhattan. 9 students at Cooper Union said they supported, after the October 7th, 2023 massacre. In 2024, they said they wanted to support Israel in getting back the hostages. 256 hostages, individuals that were tortured every single day, individuals that were sexually abused every single day by Hamas, that we have now found out led to the murder of women and children in the hands of Hamas over the last 500 days. And these 9 students at Cooper Union said, hey, we just want the war to end. We want the hostages to be left free. We want to see this end. And a mob of dozens of pro-Hamas supporters at Cooper Union chased them into the Cooper Union school, into a building, into a library where a security guard had to lock the library behind the 9 students to protect them from this mob, trying to beat down the doors, beat down the windows to get to these individuals because they dared to say terrorism is bad. This is what we've seen. This is what these colleges promoted and allowed to take place on their campus. And then colleges were surprised when these students that they have indoctrinated, that they taught genocide is okay if you have the right political ideology. These people that they have taught that terrorism is okay if you have the right political ideology, they were shocked and amazed when these students broke their regulations at the colleges, broke the laws of the state and city that they happened to be in, and they promoted terrorism. The colleges were surprised. Said, I don't know how that could possibly have happened. Where did they get that idea from? Yeah, that was a year ago, but it was even longer than that, because we can go back when we were talking about free speech. Free speech died at our schools, not because of the Trump administration. This is over a year ago that I did this video talking about free speech. This is over a year ago under the Biden-Harris administration. The difference between then and now and what we're being told, free speech is gone. There is no free speech in America. Trump has removed free speech from our colleges. It was gone before. That's why they were safe spaces. That's why they had rules about trans and about illegal aliens, that you could not say certain words on college campuses, in college classes, even in high schools. You couldn't do reports. It all depended on your political ideology, and you had to support the progressive ideology. You had to support the approved messaging, or else you would fail. That you would be identified as the problem. Free speech died a long time ago. It has nothing to do with Donald Trump. If anything, the Trump administration seems to be trying to bring it back. We're going to talk about that in a second. What about this? There was also, this is from also a year ago. First, they come and silence you. Then comes the violence. Again, going back to Cooper Union, among others. What happened at Cooper Union, all of this is documented. This is all factual information. It's not my opinion about this. After October 7th, these things happened at our colleges across the entire nation. It happened at Harvard. It happened at Columbia. It happened at Cornell University, where students were so indoctrinated that a student self-proclaimed his allegiance to Hamas, a terrorist, internationally recognized terrorist organization, and then enacted terror tactics against his fellow students. That was at Cornell University, where a teacher had to go into sabbatical, had to take a year off to hide from the press, because when human beings, on October 7th, 2023, when Hamas unilaterally invaded Israel, walked into towns and into events, and randomly massacred civilians, not soldiers, not military bases, not law enforcement, moms and kids and anyone else they could find. They just randomly killed every person they found, no matter what country they came from, whether they were Jewish or not. No matter what their reason was for being in Israel, they were in front of them and they killed them and took 256 individuals hostage. And there was a teacher in Cornell University, as well as others, but one in particular in Cornell University, which we covered at the time, who was celebrating the murder of civilians, the death of babies and children and mothers who had no idea. They were not part of the conflict. They were just in their house, living their life, and they were murdered just because they exist. That's what Hamas did. And the colleges supported that. And the colleges said that was a good thing. And the colleges have been saying for decades, that's okay. And then they were surprised when it happened, and students on their campus said, that's a great thing. They were surprised when they got called out, when the rest of the world said, that's evil. There's nothing great about that. That's evil. Pure, simple evil. There is no justification for it. And then the left came out, and the BLM, the Democratic Socialists of America, the Progressive Leaders of Tomorrow, the various progressive left-leaning organizations all came out and said, no, but there is a justification. No, there isn't. No, there isn't. I mean, there'd be what you might have an argument to say, well, they went after that military base and they were fighting at that military base. They went to that police department and they were attacking and fighting those police officers or that law enforcement agency. Maybe you have an argument there. Okay, we can have that discussion. They went into someone's private home, saw a mom and a child in that home and killed them. They went to a concert with people listening to music, not involved at all, from various countries, from over 50 different countries around the world, sitting and listening to music. They walked in and killed them because they were there. Yeah, that's not excusable. That isn't justifiable. That's terrorism. Point blank and simple. At least these are the ways I look at it. You may disagree. And anyone who disagrees with me, I am happy to hear your voice because I do believe in freedom of speech. But we must understand the reality that we're going to be speaking about. We must define the reality, the terms, and the situation that we're going to speak about. Because I'm going over all these things because there are people like Kim Iverson, who has the Kim Iverson Show. And Kim Iverson says, how is it we've become a country that tells people, quote, unless you're an actual American citizen, be careful what you say, end quote. Do people honestly think this type of censorship will stop at non-citizens? Well, in part, yes. Yes, I do believe that, Kim Iverson. But in addition, when have we not been dealing with, for the last decade, maybe 2 decades, about the left telling us, be careful what you say? We've had dozens of policies, dozens of schools and organizations and regulations being put in front of us saying, you can't say things. 2020 was a great example of the suppression of free speech of American citizens by the left. We couldn't talk about Joe Biden being a part-time zombie president because he is mentally incapable. We now know, after the fact, that the news media knew this. They were aware that he was mentally incapable of being president, and they let it go. Let's go to John Fetterman, Senator John Fetterman, an individual who has a medical condition. He is mentally incapable, in my opinion, of holding the position of senator. He is damaged. That is because of his medical history. He had a stroke. It affected his ability to think and communicate. That is a fact. I'm not picking on him as a human being. That is a publicly acknowledged fact. He should not be a senator. And if you said that a couple of years ago, oh my God, you were going to get punished. Your channel was threatened with being deleted if you dared say that. But it's a medical fact. In my opinion, based on that, my conclusion on that is, if you are mentally incapable of doing the job, you shouldn't have the job. Whether you're the president or whether you're a senator or anyone else. You should not be in Congress. You should not be running government if you can't think properly. And these individuals, Joe Biden, John Fetterman, can't. That is a medical fact. It's not an opinion. It's not me attacking them. It's me talking about what factually is going on with them. It is a chemical process. They cannot think properly. We know this. But again, Kim, we have been going through years of being suppressed. Oh, you can't talk about the trans. You're a transphobe. You're against gays. You're an ist and a phobe. How many ists and how many phobes have been called out, that we've been called every name in the world for daring to not blindly, obediently agree with whatever the left says? As long as the left said it, it must be true. It must be approved. It must be accepted. That's what we've been told for over a decade now. How dare you? You can't disagree with Barack Obama. He's black. you are a racist. What if I have my political ideology is different than Barack Obama? What if I have a different solution to the problems facing America than Barack Obama? What if Barack Obama isn't effective and efficient? What if he's not being transparent like he promised? What if he lied to the American people, said I could keep my doctor, and he knew I could not because it was written in the law that he read? What, I can't hold him accountable because he's black? Why, is that a shield all of a sudden? Well, I'm black too. Does that mean that I can't be critiqued either? Of course I can be. That's ridiculous. He's the president. Of course he can be. But yet, we were told by the news media, you can't. We were told by the political institutions, you can't. That you're an ist and a phobe and an enemy of the American people. Literally, Joe Biden said you're an enemy of the American people if you disagreed with his political ideology. And you want to tell me that, that we have to be careful what we say now? That this is a brand new scenario for the American people? Kim Iverson, where have you been? I understand. You say you're politically independent. You have a Rumble show. You're making lots of money. You have a lot of fame. You're not living the same life as, say, me, a guy who has one man working on my program. I'm not rich. I'm not famous. Whether I should be or shouldn't is another question. But I'm living a very different life here in the Bronx after I lost my house. And I guarantee you the life that I'm living isn't the one you are. And I understand in the life that me and everyone else in the Bronx, the people around me who have the same income, they're not going through. They've been going through this problem of we've had to be careful of what we say. Otherwise, you get fired. I know so many people who have told me, and this is somewhat anecdotal, but there have been polls on this as well, national polls on this. People are terrified that they can't say what they want to say or to have the answer they want to provide, or they would lose their job. They will lose their significant other. There are poll after poll that have showed that leftists will not date someone at all. They would divorce someone. They would not date someone if they don't have the same exact political ideology that has been indoctrinated into them by the mainstream media. And you're telling me that only now, in the last 50 days, that Americans suddenly have to worry about whether or not they're saying things? We've been under this gun. We've been under this guillotine for a long time, Kim. It's just that the person, the executioner behind that guillotine was someone on the left. They were a progressive. There's the difference. But no one would dare say that to Kim Iverson. She's a woman. You hate women? You're against feminism? No, I'm not. I just don't agree. Because I don't have to agree. Because I am an American citizen. And I've had my voice suppressed for years. How about this? And this is behind a paywall from the New York Times, talking about their opinion, the opinion of David French, that that President Trump is picking on David Khalil. Now, DHS arrested a bunch of people. The Department of Homeland Security has arrested, in particular, 3 people very famously now at Columbia University. One is Mahmoud Khalil, which I think I did a short on this. I was talking about it during the Wednesday roundtable live stream that we do every week with the Liberty First Foundation. Talking about this. We have an individual who had a green card, came to America with a student visa, got a green card, has a wife who's an American citizen, has a child that's going to be coming very soon. His wife is 8 months pregnant. They love to tell you this. They love to mention, well, no. He's a permanent resident. He's a green card holder. He has a visa. He's in America because of the privilege extended to him to come to America. He's here only because of privilege. And that privilege is not a right. He doesn't have a right to a student visa. He didn't have a right to get a green card. It can be revoked at any time for dozens of reasons and no reason whatsoever. We can just say no. He's in America, this Mahmoud Khalil, and he took advantage of the system and free speech, and he organized protests at Columbia and other colleges in New York City. He organized these individuals to not just the protest, because if it were simply protest, if it was just the voice saying, hey, you know what, I disagree, fantastic. You have the right as an American. You can say, I know there are leftists who watch this program and hate watch it and say, I don't agree with you, Mike. That's fantastic. You're an American citizen. You have that right. I don't deny that. I would never stop you from that. And no one stopped Khalil when he was saying, Khalil was saying that he supported Hamas, a terrorist organization. No one ever stopped him. He was allowed to say that he supported Hamas. Many people said, as a response, you love terrorism, you're an evil person. And that's perfectly fine to say as a response. Not a problem. You say you like Hamas, you support Hamas, you hate Israel, fantastic. And I'm going to say to you that you support Hamas, a terrorist organization. You support genocide. That's evil. We can have that exchange. That's free speech. Absolutely. No one's going to deny that. I would not question it. But that's not what Khalil did. That's not what's on the table right now. The news media, the leftist organizations out there, the progressives, want you to believe that freedom of speech is at risk at this moment. They are trying desperately to convince you that you are going to lose your freedom of speech, just like Kim Iverson said. You're not going to be able to say what you want to say. Oh my God, we have to deal with this. It's just like if we were dealing with the McCarthyism. Now, for those who don't know, let me jump back here for a second. For those who don't know, now I'm going to get to your comments. I see them now. But for those who don't know, McCarthyism happened in the 1950s. It was a result of the, quote, Red Scare that took place in America. Communism was growing at the end of World War II, and thereafter, communism started growing. It became a bigger and bigger thing. We saw more nations were thinking about socialism as a new change. We saw that take over China as an example. We saw that in North Korea and going into trying to expand into South Korea, among other nations around the world that were going, hey, let's try this socialist experiment because it seemed to be a good idea. Okay. And in America, there were many, many people who were against socialism. There are some who were in favor of socialism. In fact, to this day, there are socialists in America. There is a socialist party in America. In fact, last year, 2024, I was at the free and equal debate. And on that stage, besides several libertarians, besides the Green Party, the Socialist Party of America was on the stage, making their pitch to run for president of the United States. Socialism exists in America. There are socialists here. There are communists here. Because we have free speech. They can exist. No one questions it. Now, were some of them goofy, like Jasmine Sherman, someone who I believe is a Nergalite? And yes, that is an insult if you know anything about 40K. Yes, she's a Nergalite. And I absolutely thought most of them were a complete joke and useless. And as we saw from the results of the election of 2024, they were a joke. They were meaningless. But they have a right to have their voices heard. And I covered the event. I showed many of their speeches. Why? Because they have a right to be heard, whether I agree with it or not, whether I think it's a complete joke or not, whether I think it's disadvantageous to America or not. They had a right to have their voices heard. And I made sure, to an extent, that I could make sure that they could be heard so people could know what the argument was, what the choices were, and what the consequences of these choices were. We have always supported that. The left did not. Colleges did not. And I think that's important to highlight. They did not. Mahmoud Khalil organized protests that were violent, therefore not protests. So far, we've been talking about conversations. Yes, I am a conservative Republican. My conversations are from the right. We have a right-leaning viewpoint. That doesn't mean that I'm absolutely correct or absolutely wrong. It means that's where I start from in there. We take evidence as it is, empirical, factual data as much as we can get, and then we look at the consequences of these facts. And yes, I have a bias. I look at it from a right-leaning view. Absolutely. And you may disagree with that because you may have a left-leaning view or a centrist point of view. You could be a libertarian. You could be a conservative. You could be a progressive. You could be a Democrat. You may come to different conclusions than I do on the same information. But that's having the conversation. And if that was all that Mahmoud Khalil was doing at Columbia University and other colleges across New York, I would not have a single thing to say that isn't what he did. He organized protests that were violent. They went into the colleges and they took over property. They destroyed the property. They endangered and threatened the lives of other individuals. They left the impression, they created an atmosphere that allowed many people to believe that their lives were at risk, that they were in threat of injury. That's coercion. That's manipulation. That's illegal. Vandalism. It's illegal. Taking over property. That's yet another form that is illegal. He broke the law. And he did so in support of a terrorist organization, which is also a crime. And all of this violates the terms of his student visa. All of this violates the terms of his green card. It violates the privilege that was extended to him to be in America. And we covered this earlier in the week. That's why he's being deported. Because he should. He broke the contract he made with the United States. He lied on his intentions of coming to the United States. He then abused the power of the freedom of speech to infuse it also with violent action, and then, and without any remorse, continued to move this forward, violating our law by supporting terrorism. And now he's being held accountable. He thought he was bulletproof. He thought because he was a college student, because he was a leftist, because I don't know what his many reasons were, but he thought he was bulletproof, that he could not be touched lest you be called an ist and a phobe. And he's wrong. Because laws have consequences. Actions have consequences. He made a choice, knowing full well he violated the terms of his student visa, his green card, his privilege to be in America. He knew he made a choice. He's 30 years old. He's not a child. And that cost him the right to be in America. And no one's saying that he has to be separated from his wife or his child. His wife can move with him. His child can go with him. His child will be an American citizen. Child is born in American soil, they'll be an American citizen. No one's going to question that. As an American parent, that child will get a blue passport. Fantastic. And they can go with Khalil anywhere in the world they want. But he's not welcome in America. He's not an American citizen. He doesn't have a right to be in America. Does not. He lost that right by his own choice and decision. And he wasn't the only one. I'm going to get to the comments in a second. But he wasn't the only one. But the news media wants you to think it's about free speech. No one stopped his speech. He wasn't arrested because he spoke out. He was arrested because he broke the law. He wasn't arrested. He's being deported because he broke the terms that he agreed to for a student visa and for a green card. He broke the law in America, and those are terms and reasons to have him deported. It is the natural consequence of his choices and his actions. It's not about free speech. No one stopped him from speaking. No one's stopping him from speaking now. Kind of. But he wasn't the only one, because there was another student, and this one isn't the mainstream news media. This isn't national news. Khalil is barely national news, but this individual isn't national news, and I think they should be. There is a woman named Lequa Corda, and I think that's how it's pronounced. Lequa Corda was arrested in 2022. Her visa expired. She's a criminal before the protests at Columbia and at colleges across New York. Protests supporting genocide. Protests supporting terrorism. There's no way around that, by the way. And I know someone's going to say, but Mike, they're not supporting terrorism. Yes, they are. They're supporting Palestinian people. There is no country of Palestine. Well, they're the government of Gaza. Okay. And what government runs Gaza? Hamas. And Hamas is a terrorist organization. You're supporting terrorism. Directly. It's 1-to-1. They just don't like the word Hamas. They know that when you say Hamas, everyone knows that is terrorism. So they say Palestinian instead. But the government of Gaza, where those Palestinians were duly elected. They are terrorists. They elected a terrorist government, and those terrorists have continue to make acts of terror since they were elected in office. You're supporting terrorism. Say it any way you want to. It's supporting terrorism. So, Lequa Corda, she was, she has an expired visa, which is already a crime. This is a deportable incident. It's part of the illegal aliens. No, she didn't cross the border. She didn't walk 2,000 miles to cross the southern border to get into America. She came here as a student. She made an agreement that she would be here to learn, to go to college, to get an education, and to go back to her country where she would be able to help her people improve their lives. And instead of doing that contract, which we extended a privilege for her to be here on, she instead reneged on those terms. Instead, she said, I got the education. I'm not going back to my country. I'm not going to help my people. I'm not going to improve their quality of life. Instead, I'm going to stay in the United States. I'm going to take advantage of the United States and everything that it offers. She abused the system, and she became a criminal. And in 2022, when she was first arrested because of the laws of New York State, because of the Biden-Harris administration and its progressive leanings, she wasn't punished. She wasn't held accountable for her crimes. We knew she committed the crimes. They didn't hold her accountable. She got arrested and they let her go. Let her stay in America illegally, knowing full well that she reneged on the contract with the American government, with the American people, knowing full well she was a burden to the American people and the American economy. And she stayed in America, and then she went and continued. She got arrested again in 2024 for breaking the law. The very plan that Khalil had, she broke the law at colleges in America on top of being a criminal, adding to her criminal basis, and she was still in America. That was 2024. And then she got picked up and kicked out. She's being deported. Why? Because she's a criminal, not because of her free speech. Notice nothing I said there had anything to do with what she had to say. She supported Hamas. Fantastic. That's free speech. She can support them to an extent. Can't help them financially, can't incite violence. These are basic things. By the way, you're an immigrant, so those are terms which you can be deported for. No one's saying you can't say it. Say it all you want. You will get deported for it because that's part of the contract. You know the terms of the contract. You know the consequences of your actions. And she knew that. She broke the law. She stayed longer than she was supposed to. She became a burden to the American people. We let her stay here. She spoke. For the entire time that she was in America, she was speaking out, trying to drum up support for terrorism and for genocide. And we left her in the country. And she committed another crime. Guess what? She's not being kicked out of America because she said things. She's getting kicked out of America because of what she did. Has nothing to do with free speech. All right, let me stop here. I'm going to take a comment because I'm going off. And I want to hear what you guys have to say. I mean, if you disagree with me, let me know. You can super chat me. You can rumble rant this. You can just leave a regular chat message on me. Whatever you want. I want to hear your voices as much. So Dow says, there it is. It has been years of being abused when stating that the observations of our senses, no immutable characteristics must only be protected and free of criticism unless you dissent from the narrative. So in other words, Dow's, if I understand Dow correctly, he's saying there, guess what, folks? For years we have been told, if you are a woman, if you have a certain skin tone, if you have a certain sexual preference, if you have a sexual identity of a certain type, you can say anything you want. You can do virtually anything you wanted, and you were protected, and no one could say anything against you. So to Kim Iverson, you're an idiot. Because every American had to protect themselves. They had to silence themselves. They had to be careful what they said about these groups that were held above the average American citizen. Not equal to. It wasn't equal. It was above. They had equity. They didn't have equality. They had equity. And they were held above every other American citizen. They were protected above every American citizen. They were given bonuses and benefits above what any other American would receive. That's the left that did that. Not Donald Trump, not MAGA, not the right. Kim Iverson's completely wrong. So I agree with you, Dow. We had that for years. Dow went on to say, and to ask uncomfortable questions and engage in discussion, which is part of America. See, that's freedom of speech. No one was getting angry in terms of the mainstream news media, the leftists, the colleges. They weren't upset when I said, you know what? Trans individuals should not be in the military because that is equity. And the military isn't about equity. We don't have special groups in the military. You're equal. The military is about a standardization, so that it could be efficient and effective in what it does. That's why we have standards. We have qualifications in the military that you have, physical and mental qualifications that you have to exceed. If you're not smart enough, you can't be in the military. If you don't have the physical capabilities, you can't be in the military. There are exceptions, of course, but that is the rule because there is a standard that must be upheld. And when I said, well, the trans don't follow those standards, they are exceptions to those rules, extreme exceptions. And to be able to enable them to maintain their lifestyle in the military takes extreme, exceptional requirements, whether it be medication or mental help, various requirements that they have. Now, that's not to say they can't exist as human beings. That's not saying they can't be Americans. I'm not denying them the right of anything, except the military has a standard. There are qualifications. And those qualifications are there for a purpose and a reason and should not be accepted for a political experiment, because it's politically advantageous. That doesn't help our military. That doesn't make our military more effective or efficient. In fact, it does the exact opposite. And I was berated for years, not because of the logic I had, not because of the argument I am making. It was because well, you're an ist and a phobe. Well, that has nothing to do with anything I've said. In fact, it doesn't apply at all. I didn't say I don't like trans people or that I think they shouldn't exist. I never said anything like that. I said it's ineffective and inefficient to have a special group treated in a special way with equity in our military. That is disadvantageous to our military. That is disadvantageous to America. That isn't the thing we should do. And yet I was punished for that. I was persecuted for that. But was I wrong? Now that's a different discussion. Let's have the discussion, Mike. But maybe you're wrong in your logic, in your reasoning in terms of effectiveness and efficiency. We can have that debate. That's First Amendment. We could have that conversation. Except I wasn't allowed to have that conversation. Instead, we were told, shut down, don't say anything. We're going to ostracize you. We're going to punish you. We're going to penalize you socially because you didn't say what we wanted. Because I don't care about the feelings that the left has. Because I don't have to care about their feelings. They don't care about my feelings. Notice, you always have to give up your feeling to adopt the feeling of the progressive left. They never adopt your feeling. Why are they more justified? Why are they more appropriate? Why does their feeling have to be injected into your life? Why can't it go the other way around? Oh, because they're politically right. Who said they're right? How do we know that? In 100 years, maybe they will be. Maybe they'll be completely wrong. We don't know. History hasn't happened yet. What we do know is it's a one-way street. You must obey them and their feelings and their desires. Why? That's not free speech. That's not freedom of choice. When the left say these things to you, they are lying to your face. Oh my God, we're being so persecuted now. Oh, welcome to the party. Welcome to the party. It's been happening to everyone else. You guys have inflicted that on everyone else. But by the way, we're not denying you the right to speak, but we're also not eliminating the consequences of your speech. And we're holding people accountable for the crimes they have committed. Oh my God. But you're going against their freedom of speech. No, I'm going against the crimes they committed. The freedom of speech, that's just the fluffy icing. I'm going to the core of the problem. And you're being distracted because the news media is saying, First Amendment. The left in the college is saying, First Amendment. That's not the core problem. There was laws that were broken. There was a social contract that was broken. There are the reason why they were extended a privilege was violated. That's the core. And that's why you're not hearing about. That's why you're not hearing about LaQua Corda and her multiple arrests, because she's a criminal, because there is no justification. She should have been expelled from America long before the Columbia protests. She should have been removed from America. In fact, she should have left America if she was an upstanding human being who understood the contract she made. When her visa expired, she should have gone home. But this isn't someone who's honorable or just. They have a selfish desire, and they want to inflict that desire on you. That's why she broke the law, stayed in the United States, and then committed more crimes while she stayed here, demanding that you support her as she breaks the law. And I say no. We have Ranjani. Oh God, this is a tough last name. Srinivasan, I believe. So Ranjani Srinivasan. She is Indian, as in from India. She was a Columbia student, and she too was responsible for many of the violations of law that she coordinated, that she supported in the effort to coerce people to be supporters of terrorism, Hamas, genocide, which is coming from Hamas. She was supporting all that, and she broke the terms of her visa. She broke the privilege to be in America. And she's yet another person at Columbia University that the leftists say, well, her freedom of speech was broken. No. She had her visa revoked because she broke the terms. She helped and aided in supporting and breaking the law. And her visa was revoked. By the way, this was on March 5th that her visa was revoked. She was told she violated the terms of her visa, the terms of her being in America. She revoked the privilege, violated the privilege of being in America. Now, I find this one interesting because she ran away. She didn't stay in America. She didn't wait to get arrested. But she also didn't go home. Mind you, she came to America to become more educated so that she could go back to her country and to help her people live better lives and to improve the economy and quality of life in her home. She's from India. She came to America. She was getting that education. She broke the terms of her visa. She broke the reasons why we gave her the privilege, and then she ran away. She ran away on March 11th before any of the other Columbia students got arrested. They broke the law. They got arrested. She was going to get deported. And before she could get deported, she decided to go to Canada. Notice, I said Canada, not India. She's not going back home. She's not going back to her people. She has apparently no longer any concern for her home country, her home community, uplifting those people. Nope, that's all in the back burner. She's selfish. Her selfish nature has come through because she could have deported and gone back to India. She didn't. She went to Canada because this is about her selfish desires that you're supposed to support, that you're supposed to feel empathy with, that you have to give up your feelings and your rights to accept hers. Again, she has no right to be in America. And she wasn't deported because of her voice. She was deported because of her actions. It's not about free speech. This has nothing to do with free speech. And I understand the fears that a lot of people want to put out there, and they're afraid, but it could be about free speech, Mike. I'm so afraid about free speech. They could come after Americans, but they're not coming after Americans. In no case are they coming after Americans. In no case are Americans, of which there are the overwhelming majority of people who go to Columbia or Harvard or Cornell University, Binghamton University, UCLA. The overwhelming population of our colleges are American citizens. There have been protests at virtually every one of our colleges. Cooper Union is filled with American citizens. There were protests there. Big and small colleges across this nation have been infected with the leftist ideology that supports genocide and terror. And while we did say, don't break the law, don't try and take over a building, don't try to instill fear in your fellow students, don't vandalize the property, don't break health standards by trying to co-opt the land, don't break the law. We said that, but no one said, you can't speak. No one said that. The American citizens have not been stopped, not once. And we have thousands upon thousands of examples. Americans are being held to the same legal standard. If you broke the law, you should be punished for the law you broke. But no one's saying you can't speak. She got deported. No one told her, we didn't force her to go back to India. She made a choice. She had not only the freedom of speech, she had the freedom of transit. She chose to go to Canada. She chose to abandon her home country. She chose to abandon her community. No one forced her to do that. She could have gotten on a plane. There are planes every single day leaving out of it'd be Newark International Airport. She could have gone on a plane and gone to India. There are several flights every day. She chose to go to Canada. No one stopped her. She had freedom. Can't say that we're not giving these people freedom. It's what they are doing with the freedom. They are making choices. Those choices have consequences. When they break the law, they know they are liable to the consequences of that law. This is not about free speech. This has nothing to do with what they said. If there is anyone who disagrees with this, I'm happy to hear this. I understand that these things are happening side by side. They said something as they committed a crime. And as they committed that crime, well, they are being affected in their ability to continue to speak. But it's not because of the speech. It's the crime. It's the criminal activity. It is the breach of contract of the privilege to be in America. That's the core problem. It's not free speech. No one's losing their ability to speak. Is this making sense to people? I know that this is getting suppressed. I know that YouTube and Google, they're going to crush this. They're going to try and make sure no one gets to see this. But I want you to have this, because if you don't agree, that's fine. Tell me why. Tell me how I am wrong in what I am presenting to you in the evidence that is available for the American people, that is available for the world. Freedom of speech hasn't stopped. We have Glenn Greenwald, we have Hardlands Media, we have Larry Sharp, we have the New York Times. There are plenty of people speaking about this, and they are supporting these individuals that have been deported because they broke the law. No one is stopping free speech. No one is saying that, oh, well, we got to throw Larry Sharp in jail. No one's saying that. No one is saying that we got to go to Glenn Greenwald and throw him in jail. No one's saying that. The only reason why these people have been suppressed is because they were suppressed previously by the left, because they were labeled as an ist and a phobe, and their voices were diminished because the left were upset because Glenn Greenwald and Hardlands Media and Larry Sharp and myself and so many others didn't accept someone else's feeling, and I did not obey because they said so. It doesn't work like that. Let me go on. God knows I don't even know if I'm still on YouTube at this moment. I'm pretty sure they may have kicked me off because YouTube doesn't like when we have honest conversations, that we talk about the truth, that we're just having a conversation. Again, you don't have to like it. That doesn't mean we can't speak about it. That is America. That is free speech. And the fact that they would deny me the opportunity to reach people, to say what I think about this, part of that free speech. Oh, well, they don't have free speech, so you don't get to speak either. I'm sorry, that's not how it works. I'm an American citizen. The only people who are losing their right to speak in America are people who actually support deporting these people who broke laws, not free speech, broke other laws in America. Let me see something here. Bear with me a second. I want to check. I'm checking something here. So people are watching the show. I love it. It looks like I'm still live on YouTube. Looks like it. But YouTube does not want me to talk about this. YouTube has suppressed this channel. I can see it right now. They are suppressed. They are actively suppressing this channel. They are actively keeping people from having these conversations. Please like, share, subscribe. Not because you necessarily agree with me, but you agree that we should be able to have these conversations. You want to talk about free speech? This is the conversation on free speech. See, they're actively willing to suppress my channel. They're willing to suppress my ideas, but they want to support genocide. They want to support terrorism. That's okay. That's evil. That is evil. And it is happening before our eyes. Let me see. I want to go over this. I believe let me see. Dal says, so Dal came up and he says, it's one of the reasons that there is the new movement of free media to move to Rumble. Well, yeah, that's why people like Dan Bongino. Well, Dan Bongino had his channel on Rumble, and then he's part of the government, so he had to give that up. But you have Steven Crowder and Russell Brand and Viva Fry. I think the Quartering, a lot of people who have millions of views a day are moving over to Rumble because of free speech, to be able to say whatever they want to say. And I know that on Rumble, this is going across fine. It's on YouTube, it's on Facebook, it's on other platforms that we're having the problem. And that's where most people are being punished. Again, if you don't agree, tell me why. If you don't see the difference between breaking a law and being held accountable for that law and free speech, tell me why. If you think I misunderstood that, explain it to me. If I'm wrong, I will admit it. I'm perfectly happy to do so. But there is an intrinsic difference between these things. And I'm happy to hear that. Now, let me go on. So the former Columbia University student, and this is, again, a story that has been kind of made public only in that Trump administration is evil. Trump administration is destroying your freedom of speech. You should be afraid. That's the message that's going out nationally across America is you should be afraid. You're about to lose your freedom of speech. Not the underlying issues, the underlying realities, the hard facts. Former Columbia University Mahmoud Khalil to remain detained in Louisiana. Notice a judge who happens to be yet another Democratic judge was appointed by a Democrat. I believe it was Obama as well. But more importantly, he didn't say release him. None of the judges said, oh, well, this is unconstitutional. It's obviously a violation of the First Amendment. Release him. No one has said that yet. That isn't the determination. It's not cut and dry. The news media wants you to think it's absolutely a fact. It's no, there is no more free speech. Oh, it's the Trump. We warned you about the MAGA people. They were going to take away your rights. Oh my God, don't you see? It's the first step towards being Germany in 1930s. No, it's not. No, it's not. If that were true, these judges would be releasing these people. They would be making sure that Trump couldn't do any of this ever. But they're not. They're saying, did he fill out the right paperwork? Is he doing this in the right process? Because the question isn't, did these people, so far, it has not been an argument of, did they break the law? They did. There's evidence. It's been very clear. The question is he doing it in the right way? Is he doing the right paperwork? Is it going through the right bureaucratic channels? Which means they're trying to slow this down. That's what's happening. According to Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, he said, and I agree with this wholeheartedly, no one has a right to a student visa. It's true. No one has a right to a green card, by the way. Also, absolutely true. Irrefutable facts. That is irrefutable. News media, colleges, the left want you to think, no, there's an absolute right to a student visa. There is not. There's an absolute right to a green card. There is not. There is a right to enter America illegally. These are the same people. This is their logic. There is no such thing as a border. There is. There's no reason to have a wall. 124 countries around the world have walls. There's no one is an illegal alien. That is factually, legally incorrect. In virtually every country in the world, actually every country in the world, has immigration policies, including the United States. That's just a lie. That's not true. Notice how they want you to think. You have to agree with them. You can't think about the details. You can't question the facts or the way they're representing the facts. You can't add more context than they have already given you. You have to obey. No. He goes, Marco Rubio, Secretary of State, goes on to say, so when you apply for a student visa or any visa to enter the United States, we have a right to deny you for virtually any reason. This is true. This is a fact. And not just in the United States. Every country in the world does the same. They have the right to deny you entry into their country for virtually any and no reason at any given time. That is a fact. Every country in the world has that right and exercises that right. Absolutely true. He goes, but I think, this is Marco Rubio, goes on to say, but I think being a supporter of Hamas, a terrorist organization, an internationally recognized terrorist organization, an organization that actively killed American citizens, that actively killed Americans held hostage, a group that tortured American citizens to death, and coming into our universities and turning them upside down, which means they tried to take over, which we know, even last week, these Hamas supporters were going into Columbia, taking over buildings in the university, vandalizing the building, threatening other students. Yeah, that would be turning it upside down. All of these are breaking the law. These are crimes. And being complicit, and what are clearly crimes of vandalization, complicit in shutting down learning institutions. Marco Rubio is correct. At every single point, he is correct. But the news media doesn't want you to have that conversation. They don't want you to think about that. They don't want you to say anything about that. They want to make sure that you obey. You have to have the feelings given to you by the progressive left. You have to agree with the argument given to you by the progressive left. You're not supposed to think about it. You're not supposed to question it. You know what? I have a lot of friends who are friends and colleagues and peers. Some of them are libertarians. Some of them are leftists. Some are Democrats. Not many are progressives, oddly enough. I have a lot of people who have different opinions, and I have some friends who have absolutely no political opinion whatsoever. They're independent. They don't want to talk about politics at all. And not all of them agree with me on this. I know there are many of my friends right now who are online, my peers who are online right now, and they are afraid of this being a First Amendment issue. It's like Kim Iverson. They're going to turn this into Germany in the 1930s. We're going to lose our right as citizens to speak. I don't think so. Because this isn't being done to silence people. This is part of immigration. This is part of the immigration plan. We were told that people who should not be in America because they broke our laws are going to be deported. They are being deported. Now, everyone was thinking about, well, the law must be you're a violent criminal. That isn't what was told to us. We didn't say that. No one said that, and no one limited it just to violent criminals. But the left tried to say, well, that's their compromise. They were trying to minimize this and say, well, just take the violent criminals, leave the other criminals, leave them alone. But they're criminals. Why would we treat them different? Wouldn't that be unbalanced? Isn't that a multi-tier justice system? Isn't that unfair? Inherently wrong? If we're going to punish illegal aliens, we punish illegal aliens. If we're going to manage our immigration system, we manage our immigration system. All of it. And we treat them all the same. If you entered America without authorization, without justification, without approval, prior to coming here, you get deported. That means the violent criminals and the non-violent criminals, because they're still criminals. Period. Full stop. It's very simple to understand. The left doesn't want to understand it because they don't like it. But that doesn't mean it's wrong. And I think that's important to keep in our minds. This isn't about free speech. No one, we have seen, the only people who have been restricting freedom of speech have been the left, and they've been doing it for about 15 years now, possibly longer, depending on how you want to look at that. But easily, over the last 15 years, we have been listening to colleges and the internet overlords restrict what we can say. This is why we have people like Senator Richard Blumenthal, who has gone out and said that he wants to have the government decide what is and is not possible to say online. Yes, he wants to have government rights over censorship. He's made it very clear. He's in favor of government censorship of what you can and cannot say. Gee, Richard Blumenthal is a Democrat. Isn't that kind of funny? Oh, yes. Under the Biden-Harris administration, they were trying to put together a department, a ministry of information, a department of, misinformation? That's how they called it? We don't like what you said. These are Democrats that did that. They were the ones who were trying to censor people by using the full weight and power of the federal government. And it wasn't because you broke a visa. It's because they didn't like what you were saying. The only people who have tried to stop American citizens from speaking, or anyone from speaking, that's the left. That's the progressive left. You're an Islamophobe. You can't say that. That's a controversial topic. You can't say that. You have to follow the science when the science agrees with me. You can't say that. That's what the left has done for years. That's not something that the right has done. That isn't something that MAGA or Trump has done. Not in his first administration, not right now. There is no proof of that. I understand there are people who are afraid because the fear that the Democrats, the progressives, are trying to instill on you, it's working. And they're thinking up the worst things possible. Why? Because they've had 10 years of the left telling you that Trump is the devil. That everything he touches, Orange Man, bad. Everything he touches must be evil. It must be wrong. So this must be the thing that's going to happen. Just like he's going to start World War III. Well, over and over and over again, the only result we have seen is he has created Trump, the Trump administration, the MAGA movement has increased the amount of peace in the world, the amount of stability in the world, reduced the amount of terrorism in the world. But the fear that they keep telling you is, but it's going to change. It's going to get bad. It's going to get evil. And yet there is no indication that it is. There is no evidence of that. But I know there's many people out there who you may watch and they'll say, but Mike, you just don't understand that this is wrong because it's shutting down free speech. No one's free speech has been stopped. No one's. Crimes have been stopped. People's privilege has been revoked. Absolutely. Free speech is not. Oh. I know, I'm going into this in depth. I'm having a deep conversation about this, and not everyone's going to agree with me. And some people will be upset with me. But it's worth it. We should have the right to have this conversation. And I know it's going to be, I'm seeing it live, real time. I know that we normally have 100 people who are watching this live stream on Sundays. 300 people watch us on Wednesdays. And I know because of the topic, I am seeing real time that this topic is being suppressed. This isn't supposed to be a national issue. This isn't supposed to be spoken about internationally. People are not supposed to be able to express their individual point of view. You're supposed to say Orange Man bad and agree and obey. That's what you're expected to do. That's what you're only expected to do. You're not supposed to say, but wait, put it in context. Let's understand the reality. Let's look at what we have been subjected to and what is happening now. Are they the same? Because they aren't the same. You can't tell me that it's going to be World War III. You can't tell me that people are going to be put in gulags, and they're going to be shut down. The Gestapo are going to come bouncing through my door when that's what the left was doing before this moment. The left were swatting people, sending false messages to the police to have people bust down their doors because they didn't like what someone said. Because they would call them, they would label them an ist and a phobe. They would deny them jobs. They would fire people because they labeled them an ist and a phobe. They would say you're a racist and deny you the ability to live your life with the comfort that you should have because they didn't agree with you. If you owned a firearm, kind of like several individuals now, they throw you in jail. Dexter Taylor, threw him in jail. Did he break a law? Not really, no. He owned a firearm. He owned a firearm that wasn't registered because he was training himself to learn how to become a gunsmith, which is a legal profession. He legally bought everything. And he was thrown in jail from the left because they didn't like what he was doing. The only people who have been punished for freedom of choice, for freedom of speech, have been the right. The left hasn't been punished. They've broken lots of laws. They've impeded the rights of individuals. They have supplanted your feelings with their own, their desires in place of your own. They have put together a team of groups or online to try and suppress you, to punish you, to accuse you. Remember, accusation equals guilt. Me too. That's another leftist idea. This woman, believe women always in all things, all the time, no matter what they say, even when it doesn't make sense, even when it isn't logical, even when it is factually, empirically wrong. You have to believe them anyway. You have to obey. Nobody wants this. Everyone avoids this subject. My peers don't want to have this conversation for the most part because they're going to be suppressed. Part of the reason why this whole issue isn't being discussed that much is because this is a topic that that the left don't want to have. They don't want Americans to ever think about this. They want you to obey, blindly, completely obey, which means you can't have this conversation, even for the people supporting this. They are trying to drown this out. They're trying to change this entire conversation. And I understand that they're doing so by amping up the fear. And so I understand why my friends on the left, my friends in the center, why they're saying, oh my God, Mike, but I'm afraid. Why? You have no evidence to be afraid. You have no reason to be afraid. There is no indication of anything that you should be afraid of. But they went after these illegal aliens because they're illegal aliens. They're going after these people with visas that they broke the terms of the visa because they broke the terms of the visa. They didn't go after Americans. They didn't silence people. There's a big difference. There is a very big difference. I don't know. Maybe it's me. Now, there's a new one. There's the Yale professor. This is a master's student, an international law scholar. In other words, she knows what the UN wants. She's very much a fan of the WEF. And this Yale scholar, Helea Dutagi, I think that's how it's pronounced. I could be wrong. I think it's Helea Dutagi. And she was suspended at Yale. And this is supposed to be, again, this is Trump's fault. This is the fault of MAGA. This is the fault of the right and the fault of Republicans. I don't know why. And so Yale suspended this individual who is a supporter, is a known and published supporter of a terrorist organization. And they said, hey, someone pointed out you support terrorism. Someone pointed out that something that you didn't make clear, that she hid from people, that she supports Samuddin. And you may say, what's Samuddin? Samuddin is an organization. October 13th, 2024, the United States and Canada targeted Samuddin because it supports terrorism. But this isn't the first time that the United States identified this organization for supporting terrorism. It actually goes back much, much further than that. It goes back to October of 1997 that this organization, Samuddin, is a supporter of terrorism. It supports and funds global terror since 1997. That's under Bill Clinton. So this is something that the government, under a leftist, under a Democrat, Bill Clinton, identified this organization. It is a terrorist organization. 1997. She is affiliated with that organization. She is a supporter of that terrorist organization, something that apparently Yale was not clear on, that was not identified or provided to Yale when they said in October of 2023 that they would take her on as a professor, that she could go and teach, that she would have a visa and have the rights to come into America and present her information, her ideas to the students. She's not being punished for speaking. She's being punished for lying. She's being punished for supporting a terrorist organization, which is a violation of her visa, which is also a crime in America. That's why she's being punished. And Yale, not the federal government. This isn't the Trump organization, administration. It's not the Department of Homeland Security. It's not ICE. This is coming from Yale. Yale, on its own, a leftist college. And Yale is very much a leftist college. No question on that. They decided that this legal scholar is too far. She lied to them. And in that lie, she supports terrorism. And they knew that when people found out she was a supporter of terrorism, that Yale would look bad. And so they suspended her. They didn't fire her. It's not that they didn't pay her, nor have they turned her over to be deported. They said, you're suspended. But we're supposed to say, oh my God, it's the end of free speech. Why? How many teachers at Yale support Hamas? How many teachers at Yale support the Palestinian people, the pro-Hamas movement, that support progressivism and socialism as a leftist, a leading elitist socialist college? How many? Are they being silenced? No. This one individual, because I guarantee you at Yale, she is not the only scholar who happens to support Hamas. She's not the only scholar that has spoken out publicly to support Hamas and terrorism and genocide. Not the only one. So why is she different? Because she is recognized as a supporter of terror, of global genocide. That's why she has been identified. That's why she, out of the hundreds of teachers and professors and tenured individuals at Harvard, that's why she was identified. One individual. It's not to silence free speech. It's because she broke the terms of her employment. It's because she broke the law. That's why. This isn't about free speech. I keep saying that because I think I have to. Because I think it's absolutely necessary. Because the mainstream media isn't being honest with you. because the mainstream media has a political agenda. The progressive movements have a political agenda. And this has nothing to do with free speech. This has to do with individuals who have broken a multitude of laws, and they are being punished because the law is being enforced in America and they're not used to it. And they can't accept that the reason why these people are being arrested is the reason why they're being accepted. They have to come up with some other fantasy, some other reason, some other justification, because the reason, they think it's a good one. They support genocide. They support terror. They support Hamas. So it can't be that because the left supports that. So it has to be something else. There has to be some insidious, evil plot going on in the background, some evil genius plan that's going on, because it can't be they're wrong. The consequences of what they have done violate laws and morality. It can't be that they're being held accountable for the first time in decades. Hang on, what's this say? Dow says it's one of the reasons that there is the new movement of free media moving to Rumble. He's so right. Okay, so we've been on for a little over 2.5 hours. And normally at about 2.5 hours, we normally take a short break. And we're going to today. I did not preset a video. So you're going to have to bear with me as I figure out a video that we can put on something, because I have to go walk my dog. And then we'll come back. We'll talk about some other things. Oh, Dow says, yeah, political agendas like not criminalizing 25-year-olds for felonies. PJTS, I don't know what that is. Those college kids right in, put those college, I think that's what you meant. Put those college kids right in the demographic of leftist activist support. Yeah, I know. I want to play, give me a moment. I need to find, bear with me, folks. Bear with me one moment. Protest. Bear with me as I'm finding a video proper length so that I can walk my dog and then come back and talk with you guys. You know what? Of course, everything I'm thinking of now, I can't find anything. It's just the way it is. And this is what happens when you do. Yeah, okay, it is puts. Thank you, Dal, for correcting that. Of course, when I'm trying to look, when I do it live, then everything goes all wrong, of course. What's a topic? I think we'll go with really? Yeah, I know. We're gonna go with this one. Okay. We will go with. Bear with
Hello,
me.
and thank you for joining us.
Yes, I know.
Hello, and thank you for joining us. This is No Sound.
Is it in there? Come on. What? No. Wrong one. There it is. Bear with me, guys.
Hello, and thank you for joining us. This is No Sound.
Okay, folks. So it's currently 5:15. We'll be back at 6 p.m. and we'll pick up the show from there. I look forward to seeing your comments as I'm away. Please type in any of your thoughts of whether you agree, whether this is all about the First Amendment, or whether it's about free speech, or whether it's about Hamas terrorism. Is it our Republicans, our Trump, our MAGA picking on these foreigners, and as a first step to picking on free speech of individuals, of American citizens? Tell me what you think about this. You can leave super chats. We'll double check, or Rubble Rants. I'll double check when I come back after I walk my dog. We'll have the full conversation. We'll also talk about some of the other things that are happening in America and how they're affecting the rest of the world when we get back. Again, we will be back at 6 p.m. But until then, I want to talk about what was an example of the free speech that was being silenced by the left. And it isn't that long ago. This was A.G. Garland. This was back in 2021. So again, what we were told, what we are being told, the Trump administration is taking away the rights of American citizens. And I'm going to show you when the Biden administration did take away the rights of American citizens, did punish American citizens. And the left said it was okay, said it was perfectly fine. So I want you to see the comparison between the two, the difference between what's happening to Khalil and some of the others that are being deported, and what's going on, what went on with American citizens. So I'll be back at 6 p.m.
Hello, and thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I am your host, Michael Voss, Dragon of the Southern Tier. I'm happy to be here with you today as we talk about a very important subject. In fact, some of you may have heard about this approximately 24 hours ago. The United States Attorney General Merrick Garland spoke in front of the Senate hearing to talk about, in part, the October 4th memo he issued, which instructed the federal government to become involved in local school board meetings, local communities, to go into the school boards and to potentially investigate parents for speaking their mind. That's essentially it. And it's a very big issue. And he spoke at this for about 4 hours yesterday. Many people didn't see the entire speech. I do recommend going to C-SPAN to see it all. But we want to address this, and we want to put this in context. In fact, the reason why we're speaking about this 24 hours after the fact is because we reached out to our local sheriff department, we reached out to our local school board to get some more context and real-world application answered for you, our listeners. And we're going to go over what their responses were in just a little bit. But first, before we even get started, we do want to mention that if this is the first time that you are seeing our channel, we want to thank you, and we appreciate that you have been part of our audience. We want you to know that we do long-form political commentary. And every Sunday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we do a live stream with you. We reach out on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, DLive, essentially all of the social media that the internet overlords will allow, to be able to speak with you about these issues and others that are important to you from anywhere in the world, to reach out and to give us your tweets, your chats, your phone calls, to tell us what you think about these issues that affect all of our lives. And so we do hope that you will join us every Sunday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time to celebrate the First Amendment, your right to free speech. Because regardless of whether a government agrees or not, whether the internet overlords agree or not, you have an inalienable right to speak, and we want you to celebrate that. We hope to see you this Sunday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So let's get into the issue today. Why it's so troubling, both the memo that was produced on October 4th and its subsequent consequences. And I think that's the part that not many in the news media have been talking about. While they have talked about what was said, they haven't talked about what are the consequences of this. How is this affecting parents? How is this affecting education? How is this affecting the First Amendment in our nation? We believe that these are all very important issues and they need to be addressed. So let's get into that a little bit. Because this issue didn't start in October of 2021. It started far, far earlier than that. In fact, when students went back to school in 2021, many of the schools were doing part-time. Either students would either be in schools every other day or portions of the day. And part of that learning, part of their teaching was happening at home online, whether in Zoom or other formats. And that gave the parents an opportunity for the first time, for many of them, to actually hear what teachers and school boards, the curriculum being taught to their children. And many parents were troubled by this. As we found out in many parts of the country, and including New York State and my community here in the southern tier of New York, many parents found out that their children were being taught different variations on critical race theory, an ideology, a very progressive ideology that in its essence states that if you happen to be white, you're an inherent racist and privileged. If you happen to be a minority, you happen to be an inherent victim and that you are less than others. This is a very troubling ideology that many people do not agree with. But yet it is something that is being taught to students. In fact, in March of 2021, in my local community, parents were shocked to hear that teachers were telling students as young as 5 to 8 years of age, they were reading books to them, teaching them not to trust police and that critical race theory exists. This is inappropriate. And in the subsequent April school board meeting, many parents and many individuals in the community spoke out. To be fair and to be honest, we were one of those individuals that spoke out on April 20th to the school board. And we said at the time, in part, there's something that's being said here over and over again, and I think it's very important to understand it. We're introducing politics to the very youngest and most vulnerable of our children in our community. I think that's wrong. That's not the place of education. That's not the place of the school system. Now, I want to be very clear. I am not blaming the teachers per se. I am not blaming the school system per se. This is a bigger problem. Perhaps the community hasn't been paying attention enough to allow this to seep in. But unlike many people who will be speaking, and they have very personal, serious reasons why they believe in social justice and why they believe in equity. But let's understand, that's not what the school is there for. The school is there to teach the children, not about equity, a political ideology, not about social justice, a political ideology. And if you do wish to do that, keep that to the high schools, where we have the young adults about to enter into society and going on to higher learning, who can understand and deal with these complicated issues. Instead, what we should be looking at is teaching the fundamentals of these children so that they understand the words, the meanings, the ideas, and the ability to understand and interpret these ideas so that when they are introduced to these political issues, they are able to address those political issues. And we went on to say some more, but in essence, what we want to share with you is that we, like many parents, many individuals in the communities across this nation, were deeply concerned about what was being taught as a curriculum and in materials to students, to young children. Again, some of them as young as 5 to 8 years of age. And so parents spoke out. The more that they learned about what the students and their children were being taught, the more they became upset. And it wasn't limited to just this issue. There are many others that came up as well. And parents were very vocal about their objection. In fact, we saw that across the nation, many parents stood up and spoke out strongly about this, vehemently about this, aggressively about this. And the reaction that they received in return were things like this, as we reported on October 12th, but that many people may have seen from the Daily Kos. In June 23rd of 2021, my school board is under attack, and soon yours might be too. The left-leaning media, the progressive ideology, reacted by insisting parents had no place in the education system, that parents had no voice in what was being taught to their students, and that when parents did react, when they did speak up, sometimes being very boisterous in their comments and their reactions, that those parents were criminals, that they were acting illegally, even when that was not true, which overwhelmingly, massively is not true. And that's not to say that teachers or school boards enjoyed what parents were saying, but that's immaterial. They don't have to like it to understand what someone is saying. This confusion that came out of the progressive ideology that says, well, if I don't like what you say, if I'm offended by what you say or how you say it, well, then it's a crime. That's not law. That's not what the United States believes in. That's not what the First Amendment affords. You don't have to like it, but parents have the right to say it, and to say it forcibly, even aggressively. Not to promote violence, not to promote threats of violence, but they are allowed to say things that are displeasing to members of a school board, especially in reference to what their children are being taught or not taught in schools. And this has many implications. But it led ultimately to a conversation between the National School Board Association and the White House. And after a couple of weeks of conversation between those two groups, the National School Board Association and the White House, it led to a letter from the National School Board Association on September 29th. And that letter, as reported, as you can see here, asked the Biden administration to, quote, deal with the growing number of threats of violence and acts of intimidation occurring across the nation without citing any such incidents. As these acts of malice, violence, and threats against public school officials have increased, the classification of these heinous actions could be the equivalent to a form of domestic terrorism and hate crimes, the National School Board Association wrote. They call parents domestic terrorists acting in hate crimes because the National School Board Association and certain progressive elements therein did not like what parents had to say, that parents were objecting to some of this. In fact, we even heard from other individuals who reiterated this very, very clearly. One day before the letter from the National School Board Association that was written with help from the White House, we see that there was this message. Virginia gubernatorial candidate Terry McAuliffe stated, quote, I don't think parents should be telling schools what they should teach. There's video of this event. The nominee, Terry McAuliffe, made this statement, quote, the parents had a right to veto books, also to take them off shelves. I'm not going to let parents come into schools and actually take books out and make their own decisions. Parents can't make their own decisions about what their children are being taught. Meanwhile, we also have these very same school boards and school curriculums that are removing books like Anne Frank's diary, like Dr. Seuss. They've made a decision for parents on what children will be taught, and they are instead teaching them that they should not trust law enforcement, that if they're born of a certain skin color, that they're a racist, and if they're born of a different skin color, that they're a victim. Terry McAuliffe is supporting that ideology and not the ability of parents to say, that's not appropriate. Don't teach that to students. That's not correct for children who are as young as 5 and 8 years old. In fact, we have to question some of the other things that we have seen. How about what we saw just today? Coming out of Kentucky, an investigation underway after Kentucky High School hosts a drag pageant featuring male teens in lingerie giving lap dances to staff. Let me be more precise about this. There was a homecoming event where young underage males, minors, were scantily dressed, and they gave lap dances to grown adults who laughed and cheered and clapped away as this event happened, where young girls were dressed as Hooter girls. And this is completely inappropriate. And where did these students get the idea that this was okay, that this was the appropriate way to act? They got that from their teachers. They were taught that this was appropriate, that this was okay. Those ideas came from their teaching. And so the problem ultimately comes from the teachers. Now, there is an update in this story in Kentucky where there was an investigation on this because it was clearly inappropriate. It was pedophilic activity, and it should be denounced for being that, the hypersexualization of minors. And in that investigation, according to Hazard Independent Schools, the investigation found that appropriate disciplinary action has been taken following the investigation of this incident. As it's a personal matter, we are not allowed to disclose any further information regarding the specifics of the discipline. Wait a minute, this was a public event. This was a public event with teachers and also a mayor that with an elected official that took place with minors. Parents, children were being affected, and we're not sure that parents were actually at this event or knew that this was going to happen or who authorized this. But now they're being denied the ability to know what disciplinary action was taken, if in fact disciplinary action was taken, because we have no way of knowing. It could be as simple as the mayor was told, you shouldn't have done that. It could be as simple as the teachers saying, well, that wasn't the best thing for you to do. Don't do that again. We don't know because the disciplinary action has now been made private on a public event that affected students, minors, at a public school based on the teachings from that school. This is a problem. Parents should be able to speak out about this. Parents should say that this is inappropriate and that they need to be notified of what was done. Who was responsible and how were they held responsible? But we have a notification from the National School Board Association saying that if you do that, you may be labeled a domestic terrorist. That if you speak out about what was taught to these students in Kentucky and other states, that you may be acting in a hate crime. And that the federal government should use its full power against you. And it doesn't end just there because it's more than just these sexual acts. As we can see, as reported today by the Associated Press, school debate, gifted and talented or racist and elitist. This comes from the Associated Press today. Quote, increasingly, parents and school boards are grappling with difficult questions over equity as they discuss how to accommodate the educational aspirations of advanced learners while nurturing other students so they can equally thrive. It's a quandary that's driving the debate over whether to expand gifted and talented programs or to abolish them entirely. I get the burn it down and tear it down mentality, but what do we replace it with? Asked Marcia Gentry, a professor of education and director of the Gifted Education Research and Resource Institute at Purdue University. So it's about equity. It's about politics in our schools, politics in our education, not just the system, but the actual curriculum being taught to students. And it's resulting in events like this. And even worse, it has resulted in Loudoun County, as has been widely covered and as we covered as well, it resulted in a young minor woman being sexually assaulted. Again, in Loudoun County, what we saw is a sexual predator who has since been convicted of the crime used the identity, the claim of gender fluidity to be in a girl's bathroom and to rape a 14-year-old girl who was in ninth grade. And then when it was found out, that school board, the Loudoun County School Board, covered up the event, transferred that sexual predator to another school where he proceeded to rape another minor child. Parents are very upset about these things, and they should be. But we know that Attorney General Merrick Garland issued a directive, a memo, based on the School Board Association's letter labeling parents as domestic terrorists for complaining about these incidents I have just shown you that are continuing to this day, that parents and communities are upset about. And that resulted in the fact that one of the the acting United States Attorney for the state of Montana issued a directive, and I want to read that for you here, which states in part, the state of Montana has similar criminal laws against threatening and committing acts of violence against members of our educational community. He's introducing a directive that is pursuant to the Attorney General's directive, Attorney General Merrick Garland's directive. So he is adding clarity, and he is interjecting himself into local school boards about threats, about acts of violence, which is fine, but threats. This is to assume that the local communities across our nation, our law enforcement at the local and state level, are incapable of handling the threats at the situations at hand. And they have been. No law enforcement have asked for the federal government to get involved. Just a political faction. And then this same Attorney General out of the state of Montana issued a directive showing 13 different laws, 13 federal statutes that could be used against parents. Things like item 2, interference with federally protected activities, 18 USC 245. Defendant use force or threat of force. Threat of force. How do you know it's a threat of force? That's subjective. Defendant willfully injured, intimidated, or interfered with a person or attempted to do so. You mean they were intimidated because a parent was very upset? Maybe was banging on the table because a school board just covered up the rape of their child? Because a parent might be upset because their male minor children are dressing up in lingerie and giving lap dances to their teachers? Because parents might be upset and banging on a table and shouting because their gifted child is now being denied the ability to learn at the level that they should be? Defendant acted because of a person's race, color, religion, or national origin, which means that's a subjective guess. You don't know that. How do you know that they're upset about this because of someone's race? How do you know they're not just upset because of what was done? The defendant acted because the person was engaged in one or more protected activities as defined by 18 USC 245. In other words, in the case of Loudoun County, the school board would have used this rule, this directive, to get the FBI to take on Scott Smith. He is the father of the girl in Loudoun County that was raped. And because that sexual predator claimed the gender fluid status, this law would have been used against him. The FBI would have investigated him. Let me give you another example of this. False information and hoaxes. 18 U.S.C. 1038. Defendant intentionally conveyed false or misleading information under circumstances in which such information may reasonably be believed. If someone doesn't agree with you about your belief in critical race theory, if they don't believe with you in terms of gender fluidity or other issues, then they may claim that you have false or misleading information because they don't agree with it. That's a subjective thought. It goes on to say, such information indicated that an activity was taking, or would take place that would constitute a violation of a specified federal statutes involving and point the keyword terrorism. Oh, so you said something that's not true. Perhaps you didn't word as a parent. You didn't word it exactly correctly. Perhaps because you were angry. You didn't word your statement to the school board, your displeasure with their actions exactly perfectly. Maybe you don't speak in public very often. Maybe you're not an attorney. Maybe your wording wasn't absolutely perfectly correct. And maybe you were very angry at that time. And you have been labeled a domestic terrorist by the National School Board Association. And now the federal government under the FBI, as interpreted by state attorneys like in Montana, are now going to investigate you. And the trouble with this is the consequence. Again, this is what's not being discussed, the consequence of this. Because imagine, even if you are found innocent, imagine that the FBI steps in and is investigating you for being upset that your young son was just being paraded around his school in lingerie and giving lap dances to teachers. Imagine that you are upset because your child was just raped and the school board covered it up. And now you got investigated by the FBI. And that is being reported by news agencies like the Daily Kos and other progressive news media outlets. You are being investigated, and this could affect your business and or your job and your standing in your social community. Those are changes that are irrevocable. You cannot change that. Once the public has been notified that you have been investigated for potential domestic terrorism, even if you are found innocent, that mark, that besmirchment on your reputation and record lasts forever. The consequences do not go away. And the door has just been opened to allow the FBI to do that. And parents, while they may not be attorneys, understand that very, very clearly. The consequences are important, not just to the First Amendment, but for the ability of parents to feel like they can be involved. Something that individuals like Terry McAuliffe and many Democrats and many progressives disagree with vehemently. This is insane. This is the definition of insanity. And I want you to hear what it is that the United States Attorney General Merrick Garland had to say in reference to this. Now that we've put it in full context, so you understand the weighting of exactly what we're speaking about, understanding the consequences of what he did, and I want to be clear that, just so people understand, 17. I want to be very clear. 17 of the attorney generals disagree with what Attorney General Merrick Garland said. 17 of the state attorney generals disagree with him in what he did. This was such a travesty of justice that the National School Board Association itself apologized and removed their letter. They rescinded the letter that they sent out because it was wrong. They were apologizing for calling parents domestic terrorists. And knowing this, and this happened recently, that happened on October 23rd, The Attorney General of the United States, Merrick Garland, has insisted that even with this, with the letter being rescinded, taken back, even with the objection of 17 state attorney generals, even with members of the National School Board Association rejecting the letter that they have put out, the outcry of parents, he's going forward. He wants the FBI to be involved in local school board meetings. And many politicians brought up objections. I want you to hear this. You may not have heard this before. You might or you might not have.
Line of the memo specifies harassment, intimidation, and threats of violence. Is it correct under the ordinary canons of construction that a legal reader would understand that harassment and intimidation means something different from threats of violence? Is that correct?
A legal reader would know Virginia versus Black, the Supreme Court definition of intimidation, and a legal reader would know 18 U.S.C. 2261A, the definition of harassment.
And would a parent?
This was not addressed to parents.
But you know, parents read it. You're the Attorney General of the United States. You said you can't think of anything harassing. You directed the G-Man, the FBI, to go after parents.
That's the key. And there you go. Because let me ask you, any of the laws that I have cited, that I have shown you, that what was just stated by the Senator Ted Cruz, do you know what any of those laws are? Unless you're an attorney, unless you deal with politics every day and you've looked this up, which I had to look them up, no, you don't know what they mean. You don't know the definitions. In fact, even other members of law enforcement, the acting United States Attorney General for Montana, had to put in not just the laws, but the definitions of those statutes and their common law naming, not just their title, but what they are stated for. He had to send that out because even teachers and other members of law enforcement don't know what he's talking about. They don't know these laws off the top of their head. How would parents know that? And why wouldn't parents be fearful of this? But the Attorney General's, well, the letter's not for them. It doesn't affect parents, except it directly affects parents. And it has consequences directly to parents and to students and the education system and to our First Amendment. And he should know that. He's been a judge. He's the Attorney General. He knows that his statements have consequences. The White House knows that. The National School Board Association knew that. Let me let you hear something else. This is from Senator Tom Cotton.
Judge, you also told Senator Klobuchar that this memorandum was about meetings and coordination.
Yeah.
Meetings and coordination.
Yeah.
Well, I have in my hand right here that I'll submit to the record a letter from one of your U.S. attorneys to all of the county attorneys, to the Attorney General, to all sheriffs, to the School Board Association of his state, in which he talks about federal investigation and prosecution. It's not about meetings, it's not about coordination, it's about federal investigation and prosecution. Did you direct your U.S. attorneys to issue such a letter?
I did not. I have not seen that letter.
It's got 3 pages. It's got 3 pages of spreadsheet about all the federal crimes that a parent could be charged with, to include the ones you cited.
And there it goes. He doesn't have any idea. He didn't say that. That's not his fault. It's just the consequences of what he did. It's just the consequence of what he has said and how he has implied and directed the federal government to become involved in local issues, in particular between parents and the school boards that they elect and the curriculum that is being taught to the children of those parents. It's just the consequence. It had nothing to do with United States Attorney General Merrick Garland. It's not what he wrote. It's just the consequence of what he wrote. Let me look at something else. Let's look at what we hear from Senator Josh Hawley.
You testified last week before the House that you didn't know anything about this case. I find that extraordinary because the letter that you put so much weight on, the letter that's now been retracted, it cites this case. It cites Mr. Scott's case directly. There's a news article cited in the letter. It's discussed in the letter, but you testified you just couldn't remember it. Maybe this will refresh your memory. Do you think people like Scott Smith, you think parents who show up to complain about their children being assaulted ought to be treated like this man right here?
Parents who show up to complain about school boards are protected by the First Amendment.
Do you think that they ought to be prosecuted
They
in
are
the different ways that your U.S. attorneys are identifying?
If what they're doing is complaining about what the school board is doing, policies, curriculum, anything else that they want to, as long as they're not committing threats of violence, then they should not be prosecuted, and they can't be.
So again, we see very clearly that United States Attorney General Merrick Garland is saying, well, no, parents shouldn't be treated badly. He's citing the very same Loudoun County school board case that I was just mentioning. Mr. Scott Smith is the father of the daughter that had been raped. And he was arrested at the time. He was removed because he was upset. And the National School Board Association, the Daily Kos, and many other progressive organizations cited his anger at the cover-up of the rape of his daughter and used that to promote the increase in violence and threats. Would you be upset? Would you possibly threaten individuals? Could you, in anger, say things, very vicious things, maybe very aggressive things to someone who covered up the rape of your child, your brother, your sister, your mother, anyone you personally know, one of your loved ones? And yet, based on the directive coming from U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland, at the behest of the White House and the National School Board Association and progressive ideology, he decided to unleash the FBI against parents. That's the consequence of what he was doing. And we want you to understand, even though he says parents have the right to protest, when Scott Smith did that, he became an example to justify the federal government investigating him and other parents. That's the consequence. Let's go back to Ted Cruz for a second. I want you to hear something else.
During your time as a judge, I was a clerk to Chief Justice Rehnquist. I'll tell you what, if I drafted an opinion for the Chief Justice and walked in and it said, there's a disturbing pattern of violence, well, Ted, how do you know that? Well, I got an amicus brief here who claims it. You would fire a law clerk who did that. You're the Attorney General of the United States. This was not a tweet you sent. This is a memo to the Federal Bureau of Investigations saying, go investigate parents as domestic terrorists.
That is not what the memo says at all. It does not.
Is it what the letter says?
That is not what.
Is it what the letter says?
I don't care what the letter says.
You don't care. You said it was the basis of your memo. You testified under oath before the House of Representatives. The letter was the basis of your memo. Now you don't care about the letter?
The letter and public reports of violence and threats of violence. My memo says nothing about domestic terrorism, says nothing about parents committing any such things. My memo is an attempt to get an assessment of whether there is a problem out there that the federal government needs to resolve.
The letter on its face says the actions of the parents could be the equivalent to a form of domestic terrorism.
And that is wrong.
And he says, and it's wrong. And yet, even with these protests, my memo didn't say anything. My memo isn't saying any of that. That's not what I'm talking about. No, parents can go ahead and make the comments that they need to make, except we've seen, as I have shown you, that the action is to introduce the FBI into school board meetings, to introduce the full weight and power of the United States government into local school board meetings, even when they aren't wanted. Again, reading from Acting Attorney General Leif Johnson, he says, I write to you in pursuant of the Attorney General's directive. He's doing this, and he sent out these charges and introduced the federal government to local school board politics, interjecting the federal government to attack and be positioned against parents because of what Merrick Garland said, because of what he did. Now, I want to take a moment here. And this is all important information, and I could have told you this in the last 24 hours. I could have said this yesterday. But I wanted to make sure that I was getting this right. Not just because of my personal experience back in April, not just because of the news stories that we've seen from the daily costs in June, the reports that we've seen from Loudoun County with Scott Smith and the rape of his daughter, not just with what what we saw senators saying on the Senate hearing floor. I wanted to hear from my local community here in the southern tier of New York, and I reached out to local officials. I reached out to the Broome County Sheriff, and I asked the Sheriff's Department for a statement. And I asked them very specifically, have they received any notification from the New York State Attorney General that states anything similar to what Montana did? Did they get any written directive or any spoken directive that suggested that the FBI should be introduced to school board meetings, that the Sheriff's Department should be introduced to school board meetings, that they should interfere with the ability of parents to be able to speak to school boards? The answer I received on that question, that very specific question, was that the Broome County Sheriff's Department had not received any such directive, whether written or spoken. That is what I received from the Broome County Sheriff's Office, and I needed to get that answer before I came and did this show today. I want to ask further comment about if the school board, if any member of the school boards had contacted the Broome County Sheriff's Department to say that they had been threatened, that they have received any notifications for requests for law authorities to investigate parents, for those parents speaking out about any issue at a school board meeting. The Broome County Sheriff's Department declined to make any further comment of any part on any question that may be asked by the news media in reference to this. So I don't know. I can only report what they did say. They had no comment on AG Garland's comments. They had no comment about any school board or any activities with school boards. But they did say they didn't receive a letter similar to the letter sent out by the Montana State Attorney. Further, we reached out and we made very clear for the Binghamton City School District Board, the local school board, we had reached out to its president, Mr. Brian Whalen, and we sent a letter to Mr. Brian Whalen. That letter is, as you can see here, and we asked Mr. Whalen some very specific questions. In particular, has the Binghamton City School Board received any notification from state or federal law enforcement seeking to investigate parents based on the October 4th memo from Attorney General Merrick Garland? We have not received a response. In fact, we asked 5 questions of the school board, the Binghamton City School Board, and we received 0 responses. We made clear in this letter that we would be taping this episode, this news coverage, this report to parents, and that we gave them more than 24 hours, actually about 27 hours, to be able to respond to us in writing, or if Mr. Whalen preferred, to be able to be interviewed on this program, unedited, verbatim coverage in full context to answer the questions that we have presented here. He refused to respond at all to our requests for comment. He refused to make any comment about this. And that should trouble people. That should make people wonder about this. Because on one end, we have the Attorney General of the United States working in concert with the White House and certain political agencies and operatives to try and advance a political agenda, an agenda whose purpose is to silence parents, as parents are interrupting a progressive, the teachings of progressive ideology to students and children. We have no way of understanding that. And this is specifically with the school board that, as we identified back in March, was subject to the very strong response from the public of their own introduction of political rhetoric into the teachings of 5 and 8-year-olds.
Thank you so much for tuning into No Soundbites Allowed today. I'm the political dragon, Michael Voss, and I hope you've enjoyed this conversation as much as I did. Remember, on this podcast, we don't settle for sound bites. We dive deeper, challenge assumptions, and have the conversations that matter. If you liked today's show, don't forget to subscribe, share, and leave us your comments. Your support helps us reach more people and continue to bring you the hard-hitting discussions you won't hear anywhere else. Follow me on the major social media platforms like X, Twitter, YouTube, Rumble, and more to stay updated on upcoming episodes and join the conversation live on our next live stream. We love hearing from you and we value every perspective. We stream live, responding to your chats and calls starting at 2:30 p.m. every Sunday. Until next time, this is Michael Voss, and you've been listening to No Soundbites Allowed. Stay informed, stay engaged, and as always, don't settle for the sound bites. Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining us back. This is No Soundbites Allowed. I am your host, Michael Voss, the political dragon, here in our offices in the Bronx, New York. It is March 16th. It is currently 6:01 in the evening. And I thank each and every one of you who have checked out the program, whether you've been here for 5 minutes, 5 hours, it doesn't matter. I thank you for helping us express free speech. And that's one of the key issues we've been talking about today, in addition to talking about what's going on in the Middle East and the Red Sea with the Houthi terrorists. And there is breaking news on that continuing to come out today about what Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, has said about a attack by the United States under the Trump administration to end the ongoing undeclared war in the Red Sea. We're talking a little bit about what happened in Iraq, which is not being really well spoken about at this moment, about the United States fighting back ISIS, which has been growing under the Biden-Harris administration. Oops, wait a minute. Got to fix that. There we go. Under the Biden-Harris administration, we've been speaking a little bit about that. We've been talking about what's happening in reference to Hamas, and in particular about visas, about free speech, about students in America and illegal immigration. And I think these are all important topics that are not being covered in depth by the mainstream news media. In fact, they're trying to limit this to as short a soundbite as possible, if they talk about it at all in any real depth. And we see that the left is trying to claim this entire subject, trying to promote and push this message of pro-Hamas support in our colleges and in our society, which is not an advantage, not a benefit to America or any other nation. And I think that's also very vital, obviously, because we're talking about very hot button issues that are affecting education, that are affecting global peace and prosperity. This episode is being massively suppressed at this moment. Normally, we have at least 100 people watching us live on any given Sunday. We have about 300 people watching us live any given Wednesday, not counting in our shorts and any other videos that we provide. And this week, we're under that number because we're saying things you're not supposed to talk about. We're saying things that you're not supposed to think about. You're not supposed to consider it. The left has declared that deporting individuals who broke United States laws is a violation of free speech, and that everyone should be terrified that this is going to lead to a dictatorship and that you, an American citizen, would lose your free speech. This is unsupported and unsubstantiated. There is no evidence of that. And there is evidence that what is actually happening is that individuals who have broken the United States law, who have violated the terms of their visas and their green card, are being held accountable for the first time in perhaps 2 decades. That for the first time in a generation, we are seeing laws being enforced, and that enforcement is upsetting the progressive left, and they are retaliating across all access points that they have in social media and news media, not to the benefit of the American people, but to benefit of their feelings and their political ideology. Now, if everything that I've said, if that upsets anyone, okay, we have free speech. You can reach us in the chat, and you can super chat us on YouTube. You can do a Rumble rant on Rumble. We are live there as well. You can reach out on Facebook and let us know. Hello, Forest Mommy. I am happy to see you. Thank you for joining us today. But we're always happy to hear voices. If you think we have missed something, if you disagree with the conclusion we have come to, we are always open to hear that. Because these are important issues. They affect everyone in our nation. Now, as we've already earlier discussed, we were talking about the Red Sea, we were talking about the Houthi terrorists and their continuous attack throughout all of 2024 against the United States, against our military vessels and private vessels, transmitting shipping containers, those from the United States, Japan, Britain, India, allies of the United States, that they have been attacking them nonstop. And that has been a big, big problem. That has helped to increase the famine across the world, to increase the cost of goods across the world, to increase the cost of energy across the world. This is an international problem, and it's been a very suppressed issue. Under the Biden-Harris administration, it was yet another example of failed foreign policy ideology. And as a result, because Joe Biden needed to win an election, the mainstream news media didn't want to talk about it, just like they didn't want to talk about Joe Biden abandoning 16,000 Americans in the Sudan, about Joe Biden not doing anything, truly just being blown off by Hamas as they held on to 22 Americans that we now know today, all but 5 of them have been killed by Hamas. Not by the genocide on October 7th, 2023, but under captivity, held as hostages, tortured and sexually abused by Hamas every day for 500 days until they died. Yeah, that's the history. And again, this is why our channel is being suppressed as we speak. But we're going to go a little bit further. We're going to go forward. Now, I did want to address the breaking news. While we were gone, there was a conversation with Secretary of State Marco Rubio was speaking with Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan today. And in that, Margaret Brennan was asking about what is the difference. And here it is. And she says at one point, this is the transcript from CBS News. And she says at one point, what's going to be the different right now? Do you have more fidelity in the intelligence that would make this more successful? Now, to put it in full context, and the link will be included, like all links covered on this show, about an hour after the show, and you'll be able to see every single news source that we have, all credible international news sources, to make a decision for yourself about these topics. But she was saying this in reference to, under the Biden-Harris administration, Joe Biden would retaliate every time that the Houthi terrorists, and they are terrorists, they are not rebels, they are not freedom fighters, they are terrorists, internationally recognized. Every time the Houthi terrorists would attack U.S. shipping or U.S. military vessels, the Biden-Harris administration would make a response, a retaliation back. And this happened about 174 times. But what is different now under the Trump administration? Is the question by CBS News. I think the answer from Marco Rubio is worth reviewing. And he says, well, those strikes, the Biden-Harris administration strikes against the Houthi terrorists, were retaliation. So the Houthis would launch one missile, and we, the United States, would hit the missile launcher used by the Houthis. Or we sent something to do it. This is not a message. This is not a one-off. What is happening now is an effort to deny the Houthi terrorists the ability to continue to constrict and control shipping, which is happening, affecting economies around the world, affecting famine around the world. And it's not going to happen. We're not going to have these guys, the Houthi terrorists, these people with weapons, able to tell us where our ships can go, where the ships of all the world can go. By the way, it's not just the United States. We're doing the world a favor. We're doing the entire world a favor by getting rid of these guys, the Houthi terrorists, and their ability to strike global shipping. That's the mission here, and it will continue until that's carried out. That never happened before. The Biden administration didn't do that. All the Biden administration would do is they would respond to an attack. These guys, the Houthi terrorists, would launch one rocket. We, the United States, hit the rocket launcher. That's it. This is an effort to take away their ability, the Houthi terrorists, to control global shipping in that part of the world. That's not going to happen anymore. So this will continue until that is finished. I think that is very clear. What is the difference? And this is important because this is affecting international trade. It is affecting international famine. This is affecting global stability. And I think it is rightfully noted that under the Biden administration, efforts to end this situation were not there. He is correct that we would retaliate. We would not initiate. We did not cripple the Houthis and their ability to use Iranian-backed weapons to continue to attack the United States, our allies, and Israel. That's just the truth of the situation. So when CBS says what's different, well, they're not being very honest when they don't mention that it is entirely different. This is a proactive move by the United States to protect the world. And keep in mind, as much as we have heard Emmanuel Macron, and we were talking about this earlier in the program, Emmanuel Macron of France trying to get on the side of China. China did not stop, or nor did they try to stop, the Houthis in their acts of war. And France, the EU, did not step in. It's been the United States at the forefront protecting as many global international ships as possible and taking the forefront of the damage, the attacks from the Houthi terrorists. EU, France, did not go into the Red Sea, did not free shipping, did not protect shipping. The United States has. The United States has been the one who's been taking the brunt of that, not the European Union, not France, not Germany. And I think that's important. Not the British, not the United Kingdom. This has been something that has the United States, police of the world, the defender of the world. As much as the EU wants to say that they are able and willing to defend themselves, well, they had the opportunity for an entire year to step up and to lead in the Red Sea to prevent the Houthi terrorists from continuing to attack international shipping. Did they? No. They let the United States do it for them because they don't have the coordination. They don't have the intelligence. They don't have, and I'm talking about military intelligence. They don't have the weaponry, the personnel, or the training. They don't have the capability to do it. They say that they will get the capability, and in 3 to 5 years, that may be the case. But we don't want, no one in the globe should want Houthi terrorists continuing to restrict shipping and food and energy through the Red Sea for the next 3 to 5 years. No one should want that if they want a stable, peaceful world, a world with less terror in it, a world with less people starving in it, with lower prices. If you want lower prices, you want this to end. It's very straightforward. But again, not everyone will agree with me on this. And if you do not agree with me on this, please tell me why. I think this has been a great thing for the world. And we should be very happy that the United States is trying to end yet another conflict started under the Biden-Harris administration that was minimized and ignored by the mainstream media. And now that the Trump administration is trying to clean up the prior administration's mess, They are trying to turn that into being something negative, that somehow the Trump administration is becoming a warmonger, or that they're trying to expand and escalate the conflicts around the world, when we are simply trying to stop the conflicts that have already escalated and have already been taking place around the world to the benefit of every nation in the world. I don't know. Maybe I'm the only one who's saying that. Well, I know I'm one of the only ones on political commentary in the social media space that is saying this. But then that's why I suffer and that's why it's so important to receive your like, your share, and most importantly, your subscription, because it helps us to make you aware of the true consequences in detail that you will not get from CBS. They don't take the time to have this conversation with you, to look at the consequences and the causation, and to tell you honestly, this is what we need to see happen, or what this could be, instead of them demagoguing and promoting a political agenda. That's not worthwhile. That doesn't help anyone. Being honest is. So that being said, let me continue to move on, because we wanted to go back. Oh, did I show you? I did show you that. I want to, matter of fact, did I show you that? I thought for sure that I did. Yeah, I did. But I want to go on now, because we were talking about what's been happening with Yale University, and I want to get into Yale suspending the legal scholar Halea Dutagi. I think that's the way her name is pronounced. I could be wrong on that. And in addition to her, also talking about Ranjani Srinivasan, a Indian who was on a student visa in the United States and helped to promote violence and riots in Columbia University, that we wanted to talk about Lequa Corda, another individual who was here in the United States, another protester, another student visa, as well as, of course, I believe, where do I have his name? It's Mahmoud Khalil, who's probably gotten the most news because he held a green card, because he's married to an American, because he has a wife with an 8-month-old child, which, quite honestly, is meaningless. That's not important. The whole reason why you're told that he's married and his wife is 8 months pregnant is so that you can have an emotional connection to him, and you will resist him being deported, which is what the law requires, which is the natural consequence of his actions to break the law, and that is why he should be removed. Now, part of the reason why he should be removed comes from 18 U.S. Code 2339A. Most people won't tell you about this. They don't point this out. And in this, we see that whoever provides material support or resources, or conceals or disguises the nature, location, sources, or ownership of material support or resources, knowing or intending that they are to be used in preparation for or carrying out a violation of a dozen different sections of the United States Code, all of this about terrorism, then, or any offense listed in carrying out the concealment of an escape from the commission of any such violation, avoiding consequences, or attempts to conspire to do any of the above acts, will be fined, will be imprisoned not more than 15 years or both, and that if any person dies as a result of these actions supporting terrorism, that individual will be imprisoned for any term of years, can be in jail up to life in prison. I think this is important to understand. They have broken United States law. They are being held accountable. They could be fined. They could be thrown in jail. Instead, they are being deported. Their visas are being revoked. Their green card is revoked. They're getting kicked out of the country. And again, as we went in great detail in the prior segment of the show, we went in great detail to explain this isn't about free speech. This is about the underlying crime. The support of terrorism, which is a violation of U.S. law. It is about vandalism. It is about intimidation. It is about coercion. It is about subversion. These are all crimes. They are also all terms and reasons to revoke a visa and a green card. In addition to that, a lot of people right now have been talking about the Alien and Sedition Act of 1798. And in one point, we have heard from a member of, where is it? One of the, is this it? Judge. Yes, here it is. Oh, no, wrong one. Nope, wrong one. I think I may have covered it earlier, that there is one of the judges that is trying to prevent the Trump administration from enforcing existing law, that these deportations are lawful and they are constitutional and they are correct for multiple reasons, one of those reasons being cited as the Alien and Sedition Act of 1798. And you will hear from some of these individuals saying that, well, this can't be done because this has only been used under an act of war. That isn't what it says. That isn't the purpose. Being enacted by the Senate and House of Representatives of the United States of America in Congress assembled, that it shall be lawful for the President of the United States at any time during the continuance of this act to order all such aliens as he shall judge dangerous to the peace and safety of the United States, or shall have reasonable grounds to suspect are concerned in any treasonable or secret machinations against the government thereof, to depart out of the territory of the United States within such time as shall be expressed in such order, which order shall be served on such alien by delivering them a copy thereof, or leaving the same at their usual abode, and return to the office of Secretary of State by the marshal or other person, as directed. According to the law, the act, and I am reading it, this is from the House of Representatives, the Congress. This is their notation. What does it mean? The president can deport not just illegal aliens, but visa holders and those who have green cards, anyone who has been extended the privilege of being able to come to America as a guest. Excuse me. That right can be revoked at any time because the president believes they are a danger or could become a danger to the United States and its people and its security. That's what this says. It is very clear. It is very direct. Another provision here, an act respecting alien enemies. This is in Section 1. Provided that aliens resident within the United States, that's individuals who have a visa, a green card, someone who has been invited into the United States. These are not illegal aliens. These are people that we have invited here, but they are not naturalized citizens. Provided that aliens resident within the United States who shall become liable as enemies, individuals who are promoting terrorism like Hamas, who are supporting genocide like Hamas, individuals who are expressing hate and trying to incite hate in others, in the manner aforesaid, and who shall not be chargeable with actual hostility or other crime against the public safety, shall be allowed for the recovery, disposal, and removal of their goods and effects, and for their departure, the full time of which or shall be stipulated by any treaty, where any shall have been between the United States and the hostile nation or government of which they are natives, citizens, or denizens, and where no such treaty shall have existed, the President of the United States may ascertain and declare such reasonable time as may be consistent with the public safety and according to the dictates of humanity and national hospitality. Let me make this very clear. What does that mean? This is another affirmation. This is another statement of the government that has stated that the president can designate someone as an enemy, that they can remove them with almost no notification as quickly as possible out of the United States, off of the land and the property and the citizenry of the United States, that these individuals can be deported and they can take their goods with them. We are letting them leave and we are letting them keep whatever they may have accumulated here in America, and they can take it with them and they are gone. They will be deported. They are leaving. This is not stipulated to be restricted to wartime, as some news media is reporting. This is not restricted on who this can apply to in terms of illegal aliens, visa holders, and green card holders. These are individuals that have the privilege of being allowed to enter into the United States. They don't have a right. They don't have, it's not a birthright. It's not a constitutional right. It is a privilege to be in the United States, to be allowed in. And if they have deceptively entered the United States under false pretenses to try and incite violence or to sow revolution, and these individuals they are looking for revolution, then they do not need to be in the United States. They can be deported. And Bosaros, it could be. Dal's mentioning that the judge may have been Bosaros. I'm not sure. Might be. Now, I wanted to cover something very briefly. This is a conversation. Now, going back to Yale, again, going back to this woman from Yale, a Yale scholar. So the school, not the federal government, not the Trump administration. Yale found out that this woman lied to Yale University about her employment. She is a supporter of a terrorist organization. This organization is called Samadun. Okay, Samadun is the name of the organization. It is a designated terrorist supporter since October of 1997. This was the Clinton administration. So Democrats, the Clinton administration, designated Samadun as a terrorist organization funding and supporting terrorism around the world, the murder and killing of women and children and innocent civilians. And she has supported that. She is a noted, documented supporter of that terrorist organization. And she did not tell Yale University that that was the case. The answer from the left, from Iran, is that, well, this is something you only know this because of, and this is from Tehran. This is from Iran itself. The Tehran Times says that, well, she was kicked out because it's about an AI. There's a Jewish AI that found out that she is a named supporter of Samadun, a terrorist organization, that she has been doing so for some time, and that it was not disclosed to Yale. And because the Israeli government found this and handed over this evidence to Yale, well, it's not real. Except it is real. See, here's the thing. Iran, like the supporters of terror in the United States, the pro-Hamas supporters, they're ignoring the true core of this. She is not denying that she is a supporter of this terrorist organization, which is a terrorist organization identified in 1997 under the Clinton administration. She does not deny it. Her lawyer does not deny this. She does not deny that she did not disclose this to Yale University. No, what she's saying is, well, it's found by an AI, so you can't trust it. Well, and I want to go over this because in this interview, which is with The Hill, a credible news organization, internationally recognized, they're interviewing her lawyer. And the question that is coming from the reporters at The Hill to this individual, which you will hear for yourself, is she is going to ask him, does she deny that it is reported, it is documented that this Yale professor is a member, a supporter of a terrorist organization. It is that simple. She can deny it or not. And listen to the answer. I want you to hear this because the mainstream media will not do this.
There is a clause related to visas that...
Hey guys, Grant Cardone here. For the last 10 years, I've been running what is...
Shut up. I don't care. Really? God help me. I got two of them now. Really? All right, let me...
You were not allowed to support terror while you were in the U.S. on a visa.
Excuse me.
Clause related to visas.
Actually, I want to go back.
If you want more on that, she's written about a 4-page explanation of the situation, which I would very respectfully suggest that you go and read again.
There is a clause related to visas that indicates they are a privilege, not a right, and you are not allowed to support terror while you were in the U.S. on a visa.
I've shown several laws that identify that. There are more.
The Sammy Dune website identifies your client as a member of the international network. She has described October 7th as an act of Palestine.
Okay, so she is identified by the terrorist organization as a member in writing. Will the lawyer deny that? Will the Yale professor deny this? That she is an active member supporting a terrorist organization since 1997? We will see. In addition, this is about October 7th. Now, I want you to pay attention to this.
Palestinians reclaiming their land and seeking liberation. And has also...
Wait a second, is that a problem?
So this guy says, wait a minute, is it a problem? Well, let me let him say it completely.
Talk about Palestinians fighting back against the Israeli government?
Okay, he has now converted October 7th, the massacre, the internationally recognized terrorist act on October 7th, 2023, and says, well, that's someone talking about, that's supporting someone fighting against a government. He's saying that it's not a massacre. He's saying that it's not an act of torture, of terror, and that it's okay to support this act on October 7th, 2023, to support it as if it was just another day. Not that it was a terror act of terrorism, which everyone in the world, governments across the world, news organizations, everyone agrees it was an act of terror, but they're denying it. So, and notice he's bypassing, completely bypassing, she is a member of this organization, terrorism, which is a crime in the United States, which would, if the federal government wants to, they can deport her. And since it was not disclosed to Yale University, they have every right to remove her, and she broke her contract with Yale. And this guy's trying to be uppity and arrogant and trying to say, well, no, you just don't understand. No, we do understand. She broke the law. Let me let this go forward.
Are you saying that that constitutes terrorism?
October 7th was an act of terrorism, yes. Absolutely. And so I think it's entirely reasonable for those questions to be raised in regards to your client's status in the United States. She's welcome to appeal that, and the government then has to prove through clear and convincing evidence that she did engage in activities supporting terrorism. But to suggest that this is merely a speech issue, your client's not a citizen of the United States. So these are all legitimate questions.
And that is correct. It is legitimate for the United States to look at a guest of another country that we have invited in, who we find out after the fact is someone who supports and is a member of organizations that support terror, and they actively, publicly support acts of terror against innocent civilians. Well, then, yes, we have the right to revoke their status in the United States. Yale has the right to expunge or to remove that person from their employment. They are not obligated. That is a violation of the terms of their contract, apparently. And this guy is upset about that. He's arrogant about this. And this is what we get from the left all the time. How dare you point to the facts? There's a feeling here. That's what this lawyer is going to go to. I have a feeling. Aren't you? This is about free speech. No, it's not. This is about my client. My client has the right to say anything they want. No one's questioned that. That's not why they're being punished. Your client lied. They lied about something that is a crime and something that can have them removed from the United States, which is also a condition of their employment. Your client is a liar. Your client has done things that would impede their ability to work. They are being reprimanded for their own actions. And this guy is uppy about it. Listen to him.
Let me ask you, does the First Amendment say the rights of citizens, or does it say the rights of the people?
First of all, has nothing to do with it. Again, this isn't about free speech. No one says she can't say anything. The question is, she is a supporter. He still will not deny she is a supporter of an organization identified as supporting terrorism. That by itself are reasons to revoke her visas in the United States. Her ability to stay in the United States is part of the condition of working at Yale. She also did not provide this information, apparently, to Yale University. Therefore, again, that would mean that her employment is revoked. Therefore, her visa is revoked. She must be deported. He is not denying that. And I look over, Forrest Mommy says, we may not like all the rules, but there are absolute rules. Rules exist in society. We don't have to like them, and you may want to change them after the fact, but enforcing the law as it exists is not a problem. That isn't the problem at hand. This isn't the Trump administration's problem. This is just following the law, and they don't like it. And because he doesn't like it, he's getting an attitude. Forrest Mommy goes on to say, he's shocked about rules and consequences because they're being applied against him. It's not like what we saw previously. In the break, we were talking about the Attorney General, Merrick Garland, and how he was part of a U.S. government authorized attack against parents. How dare those parents, ask questions of the education system, of the federal government's directives on education? How dare they be involved in their child? And those parents were punished. That is killing free speech. That is free speech being denied American citizens. If they went to the parent-teacher meetings and they spoke up, it was the entire weight and power of the United States government, as directed by Merrick Garland, against those parents. Trump isn't doing that. These are individuals who are not American citizens, who were invited into the country, and through their actions and their choices have violated the terms of them being in America, and they deserve to be punished. They're being held accountable, and the left doesn't like it.
Legally, through the visa process, they
why don't you answer that question?
Right?
Because it's not relevant. Because this isn't about free speech. This has nothing to do with free speech. Again, nothing to do with free speech. That is the distraction. That is the fearmonger. Aren't you afraid that you, American citizen watching this, that you're going to be denied the right to speak? You have already been denied the right to speak. That's what I showed you with Merrick Garland. That's from the Biden-Harris administration. You were already denied that. You already have organizations, news media organizations, working with the White House to punish people for saying things they didn't like about the pandemic and the lockdown and the jab. You were already punished for that. And that was government sponsored. So he's trying to say these things. It's meant to distract you. It's meant to distract you from the lawful enforcement of the law as it exists. And if you're worried about free speech, we've been going through this problem. And if you haven't been complaining about those free speech issues, then you don't understand the issue right now. Because there is no comparison. No comparison whatsoever. Let me go to the comments here. And besides Forrest Mommy having made her comments, Dow says, and Dow is on Rumble, he says, the irony is that most of the rules being applied, they were all too happy to improve. Democrats, yes, because they were used against their opponents, their political opponents. Dow goes on to say, never believing for a second that this ideology would not be the ones to wield them. That's right. The fact that someone else is now using the very same laws the left put in place to punish their opponents are now being used against them because we're enforcing the law. And they never thought anyone would dare to take on the Democratic Party, the progressive movement, their political ideology. No one would dare do that. And Trump is doing that, holding them to the law. I don't feel bad about this. Again, Tehran, it says something when Iran is speaking up and naming you by name and saying, hey, we support this person. How can anyone take it against them? They want to say it's an AI-backed program. Who cares? Is it true? No one is denying that this is factual. The fact that an AI found it instead of a human being doesn't change. It is a fact. It is real. Oh, but it was found by the Israelis. Is it real? Yes. Her lawyer does not deny this. She does not deny this. Yale, obviously, I would imagine they reviewed this and said, it is real. This does exist. This is a violation of the terms of the contract. She is done. But they want to change your perspective on this. And the news media in general is not taking the time to say, it's very simple. It's very simple. You want to say it's an AI. Doesn't matter. Is it real? Is it the truth? And you can say no. And if it isn't the truth, then you're going to be fine. But if it is true, that's entirely different. It doesn't matter if it was found by Israel or whether it was found by Chad. Yes, Chad is a nation in Africa. It doesn't matter where it was found. It could be found in Chile. Doesn't matter. It was found by an AI. Doesn't matter. Who cares? That's not important. It's like the same distraction with Mahmoud Khalil saying, oh, but he's married and his wife is pregnant with 8 months. That has nothing to do with his crime. That has nothing to do with his actions, his choices. That is a means to try and distract. That is to try and bring in an emotional manipulation so that you're distracted from the reality. These aren't important issues. Doesn't matter. Does not matter. Let me go on. So, I had a lot about the Houthi terrorists, and I wanted to go back about a year. So I'm moving on. I want to move on from what we're seeing with Harvard, with Yale, because it's very clear, very crystal clear, that what's happening at Columbia, what's happening at Yale, isn't about free speech. And the free speech of American citizens is not at risk. The free speech of law-abiding individuals, I think that's the biggest thing to take away from that. If you are a law-abiding individual, whether you have a green card, a student visa, H-1B visa, or a United States citizen, naturalized or otherwise, you have nothing. This has nothing to do with you. If you are someone who does not abide the law, in other words, if you are a criminal, if you have committed criminal acts, then yes, you have something to worry about. You may have your visa, your green card revoked. You may, as an illegal alien, be deported because you're a criminal. First and foremost, point blank. It has nothing to do with the First Amendment. Has nothing to do. No one is preventing you from speaking. You just can't speak in America. And if you go back to your home country, you may not be able to speak there, but that's the rules and regulations of your home country. Has nothing to do with America. The fact that America is the most free nation in the world has nothing to do with whether or not you speak in your home nation about whatever issue you want. But when you break the law in the United States, when you lie to the United States and businesses in the United States and institutions in the United States, you will be punished, and you should be. Let me show you what I said in March 10th of 2024 on this.
We have flown 200 bombing runs against the Houthi terrorists.
I'm wrong. 174 attacks. 174. I was wrong about 200.
United States hasn't taken them out. Maybe it's because Joe Biden's a horrible leader. Maybe it's because our Navy keep lowering the requirements because they can't hit the recruiting targets. They keep telling everyone that the military is now about being all touchy-feely rather than get the job done. Joe Biden is losing just like he lost to Taliban in Afghanistan. He is the worst military leader for the United States. CNN, MSNBC, ABC, New York Times do not want to take the time to have this conversation with you because you might say Democrats failed. Joe Biden has failed.
If the news media took the time to say that Joe Biden is failing, that the Kamala Harris is failing the American people, that the Red Sea conflict, essentially a war against the Houthi terrorists, if they said that, he would have had to take action. That action could have ended the conflict, which would have helped to improve food around the world, lower energy prices, and lower costs of goods for Americans and others around the world, improving the economy. It would have lowered inflation potentially, or at least it would have helped to. And that's something that the media could have done. They didn't do it in 2024. An entire year. Now we're getting something to actually help the public. And Trump is the bad guy. You're the bad guy because you may support trying to end a conflict, increase the amount of stability in the world, lower the price of goods, feed people around the world, lower the cost of energy. It's amazing. Let's see what else I had to say here.
Not going to vote for them. So rather than risk having an honest conversation with you and therefore come up with a realistic, effective, efficient solution, they would rather have you be blind, dumb, and wrong and keep on voting Democrat. And that's terrifying. We have flown.
And that is the truth. That's what did happen with the Houthis. And we can see, according to ABC News, the U.S. strike took out multiple Houthi leaders, 31 of them, in fact. This is according to ABC News earlier. They're an Iranian general. Now, the response is coming from the left, from Democrats, and from Iran. And Iran, once again, is saying, hey, you better stop or we may start a war. Donald Trump didn't threaten Iran. He threatened the Houthis. The Houthis are the puppet of Iran. Iran uses the Houthis to attack other people. And now they're saying, if you attack our puppet, Iran will attack America. We dare you. We dare you. Again, this is how serious the issue in the Red Sea is. That Iran would threaten the United States because the Houthi terrorists are being effective at increasing the amount of terror in the world, increasing instability in the world, that the Houthi terrorists are increasing the cost of goods and starving people around the world. And that is a benefit to Iran. That helps Iran. Europe isn't coming in to fix the problem, so they're not threatening to bomb France. They're not worried about bombing or attacking the United Kingdom. They're threatening the United States because the United States is fixing the problem. Europe wants to say that they're all big, bad, and powerful like it was back in the 1800s. Well, then where's your military? Where is your end to this conflict? It doesn't exist. France wants to say they're the great negotiator, that everyone listens to them. Then why aren't you stopping the Houthis? Why is there no discussion? Why are you not talking to Iran to get them to tell the Houthis to back down, to stop this? Because they aren't important. Let's get rid of that illusion that has been going on for about 100 years. Let's drop that. England, France, Europe, they're not the great powers of the world. They haven't been for quite some time. It's the United States. And the United States is doing what a great power does. We're protecting the rest of the world by protecting our interests. It's an America first interest to protect our warships and to protect our private ships and those of our allies around the world, to end the threat from the Houthis, not to retaliate, but to stop them, to end them completely. This is not going to continue. End the fighting. If that means negotiation, fantastic. And that's happening with Ukraine and Russia right now. or it can mean total obliteration, which is what is going on right now. As we can see from the Red Sea, we are bombing them, and that will no longer be a problem. Either solution is good, and what is good for America is good for the world. Let me move on. We will have more links about some of the additional stories on this. As I said, it's breaking news. Now, one of the other things that we've been told about is, well, U.S. aid. The Trump administration, Republicans were just such evil, bad people. MAGA are such evil, bad people because we got rid of 83% of all of the programs under U.S. aid have been cut by Marco Rubio, Secretary of State, because he found that 83% of every program under U.S. aid was actually was corrupt and inefficient and ineffective, and it was wasting money. That's the fact. And we saw that was identified by DOJ, followed up by the State Department, and after reviewing thousands upon thousands of documents, almost everything in U.S. aid is corrupt. It is inefficient, ineffective. It is wasting your money and increasing the amount of inflation that you are suffering, making poor people more poor, making the middle class the poor, and hurting everyone, hurting the U.S. economy. Here is the New York Times, and they're trying to say, well, see, you have to fund everything. They're not just looking for the U.S. aid for a program. They want it for everything under U.S. aid. They want the corruption. They want the inefficiency. They want higher inflation. So they can blame it on the Trump administration. They can blame it on MAGA and Republicans. And the fact that it's useless and that this money, billions upon hundreds of billions of dollars, could be better used in other places. No, they don't care about that. This is about the politics. So they're having this article that after $30 million in U.S. aid, Haiti's biggest hospital goes up in smoke. Now, you would say, that sounds bad. Oh, so the United States is responsible. We caused this place to burn down. No, we didn't. The byline tells you everything you need to know. A fire set by Haitian gangs in Haiti at the country's largest public hospital underscores long simmering problems in Haiti. That has nothing to do with the United States or international aid. There is a war in Haiti. The New York Times is aware of this. They didn't blame it or blame a lack of resolution on the Biden-Harris administration when this started. In 2024, when Joe Biden abandoned Haiti, he abandoned 40,000 American citizens living in Haiti. The government of Haiti collapsed completely. Joe Biden knows that Haiti is literally one commercial plane flight away from the United States. Within 3 hours, you can fly from the United States to Haiti easily. This isn't even in our backyard. This is on our front doorstep, Haiti, where 40,000 Americans are. And the Biden administration has done nothing. They got 200 people out of Haiti, leaving behind 40,000 Americans. Several have died because of the fighting in Haiti. He has done nothing to stabilize the fighting, to end the fighting, to negotiate for an end to the fighting amongst various gangs. And the news media stopped talking about it. They don't mention Haiti. They don't, in reference to Joe Biden and Kamala Harris and Democrats, they don't mention Haiti at all. They're talking about it now. Why are they talking about it now? Trump's in office, not Joe Biden, not Kamala Harris. It has nothing to do with anything else than that. They need a way to attack Trump. And what are they blaming Trump for? A Haitian gang in the middle of a Haitian civil war seeking power over the Haitian government. It burned down a Haitian building, and somehow that is related to Donald Trump. Somehow that is Orange Man Bad's fault. On a conflict that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris completely ignored, that the mainstream news media completely ignored, that they abandoned 40,000 Americans, and the news media did not care because you might change your vote. You might be affected in the way you voted in 2024 if you knew the truth. So this is now Trump's fault for something that Biden did and ignored, that the news media ignored for over a year. And this is Trump's fault? How? $30 million in U.S. aid. What does that have to do with anything? The gangs did not burn down the building because the United States is ending the funding to Haiti. One, not our country. Two, not our responsibility, but there are Americans there. So great, we do want to help them somewhat. But guess what? That has nothing to do with what we're seeing here. Gangs did this. The government, the people of Haiti did this to themselves. This isn't a Trump issue. This isn't a MAGA issue. That is an internal Haitian issue. But you're not supposed to think about that. That's why this channel gets suppressed. That's why this channel gets punished. Because I'm pointing out the truth to you. This isn't about Orange Man Bad. It has nothing to do with Orange Man Bad. And if you want to tie it to an American government, you tie it to the Biden-Harris administration when it started and when it could have been stopped instantly. And we have lots of videos where we have covered what was going on in Haiti. And the answer is it would have taken one sortie, one flight of a fighter group from the United States to fly over Haiti. It'd take one public announcement by the President of the United States saying that if any Americans are harmed, the United States military will go into Haiti and we will stabilize the country until we can get every American out, and then we'll let them just kill each other if they want to. That's how quick it could be done. Fly the bombers and fighter jets over the tops of the buildings in Haiti and tell them that we can reach you. We can reach you within 3 hours, if not less, at any time of day or night. We are that close by. Do not harm American citizens. That's all it would take. That would force the gangs to have a peace talk, to calm the hell down. Now, why has Trump not done that? That is an entirely different argument. He should do it. I would like him to do it. It's the same way of resolving this, absolutely, but I can't blame him for what Haitians are doing to Haitians in Haiti. That has nothing to do with Trump. That is just manipulation. You want to say Trump should have done what I suggested to the Biden administration when this first started? That's a different argument. You have a legitimate argument against the Trump administration at that point. Yes, they should. Fly our fighters over Haiti. They should make the announcement to protect the American citizens. Absolutely. That is a legitimate complaint against the Trump administration and his foreign policy in terms of Haiti. But you cannot say that Haitian gangs attacking other Haitian gangs and burning down Haitian buildings in Haiti is a Trump problem. You cannot. And yet the left wants to do that. Let me see. There's a comment here from Joel. And Joel says, but, let me see, or is that, yes. Joel says, but, the Clinton Foundation collected millions of dollars for Haiti. And how much of that? 80 cents on every dollar given to the Clinton Foundation from any and every source went to Hillary, Bill, and their daughter Chelsea. 80% of all the money given to the Clinton Foundation did not go to Haiti. They went to Bill, Hillary, and Chelsea Clinton. They paid them 80%. 20% left over was to pay for administration, logistics, and actually providing any help left over. Roughly, I believe the exact math is about 5 cents out of every dollar actually went to helping the people of Haiti from the Clinton Foundation. I can't say it's a scam, but it's a ripoff. Again, you're not supposed to talk about this. You're not supposed to investigate this. You're not supposed to look at the data, the facts. These are factual things. You're not supposed to remember that. You're not supposed to investigate that. You're not supposed to talk about it. But I do, which is why the channel gets suppressed on a regular basis. Joe says, Haitians hate the Clintons still, and they should. Because the Clintons used Haiti as a means to get rich and not help Haiti. It'd be entirely different if it was 50-50 split, if half of all the money that the Clintons were able to raise went and helped Haiti and the other half went into their pocket. It'd still be a evil, wrong thing to do, but at least half the money got paid to the Haitians. They would have had something better. It would have improved the quality of life of people in Haiti, but they didn't. They took 80 cents on every single dollar just to make themselves wealthy. These are the Democrats that are supposed to be so much better than Orange Man Bad. These are the compassionate people. The Clintons love people. They're so good with people. This is their compassion. 80 cents in their pocket. 5 cents actually helps someone. That's what they do. So I'm not surprised that the Haitians hate the Americans. All right, give me 30 seconds, folk. I need about 30 seconds here. Well, maybe about 45. Hey, everyone, I'm back. Okay. So maybe that was about 1 minute, but that's all right. So we're about 1 minute in. Excuse me, that was about a minute, so apologize. That being said, coffee, it catches up to you. Sometimes it just catches up to you. So I did want to, we're winding down here, but I wanted to talk about the economy. I wanted to talk about, because we're being told, and if you go back in season 6, seasons 5, 6, we've been doing this program for about 8 years now. If you go back to 2023, 2024, we, on a regular basis, told you that the United States has been in a recession since August of 2022. As we got closer to the 2024 election, we told you that if Trump wins in the first quarter, probably in January, we told you that the Trump administration would be blamed for the economy that is already in recession. That even though the Biden administration changed the definition of what a recession is so that they couldn't be blamed with America going into a recession, which would have cost them votes, the fact is we are. The math, the reality is that we've been in a recession for over 2 years. And now that Trump is in, they're now blaming Trump for it. They're saying Trump is wrong, that this is Trump's recession. No, it's not. It's been Biden's recession. It's been because of Bidenomics and Democrat policies. But here's the thing. As much as they're telling us this, yeah, I know. As much as they are telling us this, the fact is, as you can see on this chart, the American public still trusts Trump. They still think we're in the right direction. And I think it's kind of important because we are seeing more of a trend. There is more trust right now in the Trump administration, in Donald Trump leading America onto the right track than we have seen under either with Biden or actually going back into Obama's administration. There has been consistently more trust. And during the Trump administration, which is this section in here, there has been a historic, more trust on President Trump and the way he is leading the economy and how he's leading the nation and the long-term positive consequences than under the Biden administration. But the news media is telling you that Orange Man bad, you can't trust him, that everything's going to go to hell. And yet, that is not the reality that we see. And that's why we're seeing so many people that approve of the Trump administration. Trump signed the bill to avoid a government shutdown, as he should have. Now, is that the best bill possible? Absolutely not. Am I satisfied with it? No, I am not. Do I think that there should have been far more cuts in this? Absolutely. Do I think this is a continuing problem that we have seen from Congress, both houses, the establishment, and that's why we're continuing to see these resolutions rather than a balanced budget? Absolutely, I think that is the case. And I do blame both houses of Congress. The House, the Republicans, the Democrats, and both the Senate and the House are at fault here. I don't blame that on Donald Trump. Remember, the $6.8 trillion that are being spent because we're continuing to use the same budget that came from the Biden-Harris administration. And Democrats had no complaint then. They thought 6.8 trillion, that's okay. The fact that we're increasing the national debt by $2 trillion, that's perfectly fine, because it was Biden and Harris, because they had control. But now that Republicans have it, that same 6.8 trillion, well, now it's a problem. Now it's a problem because Republicans are in charge and Donald Trump is in charge, so it must be evil. And the United States, is in a recession. The same recession we were in 2023 and 2024. We're still in that recession. And, now it's a problem. Now something has to be done about it because this is Orange Man bad. This is his fault. I want you to understand the duplicity that is going on in your face. And Democrats are mad at Chuck Schumer, who's never held a real job in his life. Chuck Schumer said, doesn't matter. He doesn't care. Chuck Schumer wants power. It doesn't matter how he gets it, where he gets it from. And if the Democrats shut down the government because they don't like Trump, that would not win them any votes. He's not stupid. They would have lost more votes. No one would have said, Orange Man bad, that's a reason to shut down the government. Nobody should get paid. Shut it all down. Really? Really? Is that what anyone wants? No. Would that have helped anyone? No. So if I have the choice between shut the entire government down so that the left can say, Orange Man bad, see what he did? Or we're spending as much as we have been spending as we are trying to find ways to cut waste, to cut corrupt spending, to increase transparency, to bring more stability to the world, I'll take an extra year of 6.8 trillion. Now, 2025, not 2025, that's this year. 2026, if I continue to see that same kind of spending, if in October they're saying, well, we're going to keep spending at 6.8 trillion or $7 trillion, now you're going to lose the midterm elections. Now you've lost my trust and confidence. You have from October until January to work out the next, budget for the United States. It should not be 6.8 trillion, should not be 7 trillion. It should be far, far less. I'm willing to give him the opportunity to continue to work to get things better. But if he doesn't do that, then we hold them accountable. That's what he ran on. That's what we should do. Not run out there and just say, Orange Man bad, everything's wrong because of Orange Man bad, when that has nothing to do with reality whatsoever. Let me see. And the comment from Joel says, Schumer wanted a shutdown, but he knew DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency, would be proven right. So he voted for the CR. That is yet another reason. It would give the government a reason and a way to cut spending. By the way, they want you to be sure that inflation is up. Oh my God, there's so much inflation. No, there isn't. No, there isn't. In fact, and this is from the Bureau of This is from the United States, the Bureau of Labor Statistics, the BLS.gov. And if you go there, you will see that in January, under the Biden administration, their food, all items, inflation on across the board for everything was up 0.5%. In February, a full month of Trump, the first month of the Trump administration, inflation reduced to just 0.2%. Now, is that an increase? Sure it is. Would we like to see that reversed? Absolutely. But it is a reduction. And that is a reduction after months upon months of increases. November, December, January, inflation was increasing. And I think that once we see the revisions that are inevitably going to come out, we're going to see increases in 2024 under the Biden-Harris administration. So you're going to see this has been better. This is showing us that Trump is trying to live up to his terms. That was my puppy, by the way. And he's telling me that I need to go and walk him. And I'm going to in just a moment. But that's him getting impatient. So Trump is telling us it's working. Because the first month of Trump is reducing inflation. But the Democrats are trying to say it like, oh my God, Mike, the inflation has not stopped overnight. All the inflation of the last 3 years, the recession that we've been in for 3 years, it isn't gone in just, 30 days, in 10 days. In the first 10 days of the Trump administration, it hasn't gone away. No kidding. It's not gone in the first 50 days. No kidding. Of course not. Of course it isn't. Because economics don't work on a dime. It doesn't change like that. We've been in a recession for 3 years. You don't get to turn that around in 10 days or 50 days. It takes longer. It takes 6 to 9 months. And that's why I count from February. When I count from presidents, I don't count January. That's not their full month. That's the previous guy. You count from February to February on each presidency. And you look at them, and the first 6 to 9 months usually is not something you can attribute unless they do something really, really stupid like fire tens of thousands of people, which Trump is doing. And that could have an impact in October because of the way he's firing government workers. And that could have an impact that will show up in October, but not right now. So do expect that there will be an increase in the unemployment rate. That is absolutely true because we're shrinking the government, but we're also shrinking the spending, which means we have less money that is being printed, which means it's anti-inflationary. Less money being printed by the government means less inflation on every dollar that you actually have right now. Smaller government, less spending, that's more money for you. That's less inflation. So we could see that offset. That's going to take about 6 months to figure out. But right now, the one thing I can say at this moment, based on the most recent numbers, is Trump is working. He reduced, not eliminated, but he reduced the amount and trend of inflation from the Biden era. That is as good as we can expect at this moment. I know my dog is really, really looking for me to go outside. So please bear with me. Bear with me, Con. We're almost ready. I wanted to go over this video. This is what we're dealing with. Tom Homan, who is the border czar, he's going around, he's trying to enforce immigration laws, not create new immigration laws, not punish people. He's enforcing the law as it exists. Illegal aliens need to be removed. Period. Full stop. That's it. Democrats don't like that. They want less transparency. They want more government spending. They want more inflation. They want more control over you. They want more open borders. We know this because that's what they did for the last 4 years. That is a fact. They may not like the reality, but that is the reality. And so what happens when the borders are, when Tom Homan goes into New York to talk to the governor of New York about the illegal immigration, the sanctuary status of the state, and the fact that it could cost New York State billions, tens of billions of dollars if the funding, the federal funding, is cut off because they are breaking the law. Again, we've been saying this throughout the entire show. This is all about the consequences of breaking the law for illegal aliens, for green card holders, for student visas, for countries, and for states in the United States. You break the law, there is a consequence. And what did they do? These are the Democrats. This includes a mayoral candidate, Mr. Zoran Modi. Mandani, that's his name. Zoran Mandani. And they are pissed off because the law is being enforced. They are arguing with the Trump administration for enforcing the laws as they exist. They're screaming at him. They're lining up in the hallway, shouting at him. And I believe this video includes images of mayoral candidate and assemblyman Zoran Mandani as he's trying to get into a fight. Literally, the Democrats were trying to get into a fist fight with Tom Homan in the capital of New York, in Albany, because he's enforcing the law. I want you to think about that for a second. That makes no sense whatsoever. Enforcing the law gets elected politicians to try and physically fight him, as if that would change the law somehow, as if that would change the policy somehow. No, it wouldn't. But Democrats are radical at this point. They're so radical. They're so emotional right now. If you don't like the law, change the law. Go to the American people, make your pitch, write up a bill, and present it to Congress and to the American people. Tell us why we should have open borders, why these illegal aliens should be taken care of better than our fellow American citizen. They can't do that. They can't make that argument and make it win. They know it, we know it. And only in states like New York or California or Illinois or Maryland, where Democrats have a super blue state, that they have a super majority. They can pass anything that Democrats want. That's the only place where they can pass these kinds of stupid laws and expect to not have to pay the consequences, because the public will vote whatever they suggest. They're blue, Kathy Hochul, they're all protected on high. The state's going to vote blue no matter who, no matter what they do, no matter what the consequences are. So they don't care. So they get to do stupid things like this. Let's go on.
No hate, no fear. Immigrants are welcome here. No hate, no fear.
Now, I want you to see, looking at this side of the screen, you're going to see Zoran Mandani, who's running for New York State mayor as assembly member. He's in the hallway right now. They think that shouting at this guy is going to make him stop enforcing the law, that their feelings are somehow going to change the law as he looks at them, that they're going to intimidate him with their feelings, that if they yell loud enough, the law will miraculously change to whatever their feelings are at this moment. It makes no sense. And when you actually stop to think about it, that is exactly what is happening here. They are yelling, they are expressing their feelings against someone who is enforcing the law. Their feelings don't matter. And you can see Tom Homan is not influenced whatsoever. He is not shaken whatsoever. Their feelings aren't having an impact because they're feelings, and he doesn't have to have their feelings. Neither do you. So let's see what else happens. Now watch this. That's Mandani. See how they're shouting at him, chasing him down. He's surrounded by members of the state police. Look at them. Threatening him. Now, that man right there, who's being held back by the state police officers, is elected member of government. That man is running for New York State mayor. That is Zoran Mandani. And this individual is not just screaming at Tom Homan for doing his job, for enforcing the law. This man he has to be held back because he is trying to initiate a physical confrontation, as if that changes the law, that his feelings, his radical, insane thoughts are somehow going to be transferred through the ether and suddenly become law. They aren't. That somehow his emotion, the hype of his emotions are somehow going to change the law and the enforcement of the law, which Tom Homan isn't breaking any laws. He isn't doing anything that isn't already approved by Congress. Mandani is taking all of this energy, and instead of going to the New York State Capitol, going to the members of New York State's House of Representatives, or to Chuck Schumer in charge of the Senate, instead of actually using his access to these individuals to pitch to them that they should change the law, he is instead going to attack someone whose only job is to enforce the existing law as it has existed for decades. And this is what he thinks. He thinks his intimidation, this is an act of coercion, this is an act of intimidation. He thinks that's going to win the day. Look at him. Look at his anger. Look at these guys. Attacking state police. Trying to jump past state police. Trying to get into physical confrontations. Why do we have elected officials like this? That isn't just wasteful. That isn't just useless. That is counterproductive. That is not someone who should be mayor. That's not someone who should be a member of the New York State Assembly, New York State Senate. They shouldn't be in elected office. This is a dangerous and delusional individual. This is someone, if you cannot control your emotions enough to not trying to get into a physical fight because someone is following the law, then you have a serious, significant problem. It's not Tom Homan's fault. It's not the law's fault. Zoran Mandani has a problem. And because he is a problem, New York State has a problem. Potentially, New York City will have a problem because he is dangerous. All right, let me come back to the comments before I got to jump here. As you can see, my puppy was screaming at me, so I got to get to him. Forrest Mommy, always love having you with us. And Forrest Mommy says, it's such a funny time to be alive. They are worried about losing their funding for the illegals, literally colonizers. Yes, that is a way to look at the illegal aliens. They are colonizing the United States, recolonizing or colonizing the United States with our money. They're colonizing our country in our states with our own money. That is a very good way to point that out. I thank you for that, Forrest Mommy. Joel says, Holman wasn't fazed. He kept chomping on the apple. Yeah, well, there's no reason to, because emotions, those feelings aren't the law. No matter how much they want them to be, they aren't the law. He's in the right. No matter how much they will yell and swear and try and get to a fight with him, he is doing the right thing. He's enforcing the law as it exists. He can sleep at night very, very well with that. Forrest Mommy goes on to say, they had people at the Colorado Capitol waving Mexican flags protesting ICE. And it was a Venezuelan criminal that they were arresting. Yes, the left makes no sense to me. It makes no sense to me. You're so right. Texas spy historian says they were swinging through for the like and the share. Well, thank you, Texas. I appreciate, and I do need the like and the share, and I appreciate it. And I appreciate that you spent any time with us on this channel. Yeah, and the puppy is important. Absolutely. And I have to go and take care of him now. So what I'm going to do, we've been on for just about 5 hours now. I appreciate and thank everyone for going through the show. It's a little different than what we normally do in terms of our format. We spend a lot of time talking about the First Amendment, talking about legal aliens, talking about enforcing the law as it exists. We talked about what's happening overseas, how that's going to impact the world. We spend a lot of time with those issues because the mainstream media will not. Now, I don't know if you'll agree or not. I don't expect anyone to agree 100%. But if we don't have clear, honest answers and conversations about this in context, in full context of what is going on, then we will never get a result that is positive. We will never improve things. They will only get worse. That is a fact. And that is something that the left knows, and they don't care because they live for the chaos. They live for things being screwed up because Joe Biden could have presented real solutions for the American people, internationally and domestically. He could have made things better. He didn't because Democrats live for this. You could have seen so much more than what we have gotten, but we are getting it now. We have transparency. Whether you like that transparency or not is not the fault of the Trump administration. It's the fault of government. Let's be honest. We're getting changes in the economy that are long-term benefits. Short-term, a little shaky, but we're getting there. We're getting more stability in the world. We're getting more peace in the world. Is that a simple process? No. Is it overnight success? No. But it is coming, and we all see it. It is happening step by step. And illegal aliens, something that Trump promised, that he promised on the campaign trail, that he promised as he was sworn in, he is doing exactly what he has said, and he is following the law. The left don't like it, but that doesn't mean it's wrong. All right. So with all of that said, I want to thank everybody for taking time to be here with us today. I thank you for the like, the share, and the comments. I look forward to seeing the comments after the live stream for everybody to tell me whether you agree or disagree with any individual point that we have made. And of course, I always love to hear your comments. We will respond back. Please make sure to check back in about an hour after I get back from walking my dog. I will upload all of the links so that you will be able to see all of the sources internationally, to see everything that we have sourced to get to the conclusions that we have made today. Almost every single one of them, I believe, and as is always normal, are from the left. They're not from right-wing sources. This is all the left-wing reporting internationally. So you can make your decisions based in that comfort that this isn't a right-wing agenda. This is just the reality as it exists, at least how I see it. All right. With that said, thank you, everyone. Have a great Sunday night. I look forward to talking to you guys all again very, very soon. And please remember, April 6th, 2025, I will be doing my birthday marathon live stream, 12 hours. Members of my Patreon are going to be available to come on and to ask questions or talk about topics, whatever they want. They'll be able to be on the live stream, the marathon live stream. We have a couple of guests that I have gotten confirmed. I'm going to check if I can get a couple more who will be joining us. We will be doing something for a charity. I will be making that known as we get closer to the birthday marathon, but I want you to put it in your books and share it with your friends. April 6th, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., just so you know, so you're well informed. All right. Joanna, thank you. She says, thank you, Mr. Voss, for expressing different views and your time. I thank you for sharing your time to hear my different views. And I look forward to hearing what everyone has to say, where they agree and disagree. All right. With that said, thank you again, Joanna. Thank you, Texan, for dropping on by. Thank you, Forrest Mommy. I want to thank Dal. I want to thank, oh God, there's so many people here. Joel and, God, who else? There's Mike Bowie, and there was also Mike Has Bad Knees, Nancy Spisak. So many of you. I thank you all. I hope you'll be well. I love you all. I'll talk to you again soon.